Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. And tonight we are going live late, but it was because I was over on Seth's panel. He invited me over, so I definitely took the opportunity to come up there and speak with him about some questions that were asked in another live, but then he also generously was answering questions from the audience, and I thought that that was really awesome. um you know we live in a very cynical world, and I myself can be cynical as well. I actually kind of try to fight against that, right? um because it's difficult not to let the world bring you down or make you bitter. But I saw a lot of people that were not being patient. Um, and then I myself don't have any patience to do a part two on Don and Candace Wells, because when I'm working with a father who is doing every single thing that he can possibly do to find his son, it's very difficult for me to come off of that and to go uh, giving those two any bit more of my time tonight. Um, it's very disheartening. It's very disheartening, it's just I don't know. It's just like I still need to process, right? I still need to process through it. But I figured that we would kind of do that maybe a little bit together, because I still wanted to go live and see all of you guys. Um, I also want to say that we have a wonderful community in Sebastian's army, and people like Astrology for Mystics with Jen, who is really one of my really really good friends, right? Like we all have friends, and in our lives and stuff like that, and friends do come and go, and that sort of thing. But Jen is just a very good, genuine person. And when I see people coming in that I've never even seen on the streets at all, ever before, coming in there talking about, oh, well, yeah, I can't believe you're working with these people. Same thing with Smiley's story. I mean, same thing when it comes to Bullhorn Betty, anyone that has tried to cover Sebastian's case and bring out the truth or talk about the tough subjects, they have been ridiculed and slandered and harassed and stalked. And but really there's not even any merit to it, right? Like nobody did anything to them specifically. They are just trolling to troll. And it's so disheartening because, like I said, there's no there's no time out to step back and say, you know what, if I was Seth, would I even have the strength to get up on a panel and discuss what I'm going through, let alone to get up every single day and to keep pushing on, to keep pressing forward in order to find his son, and so that no one else ever has to deal with the things that he has dealt with. Because let's really get down to the nitty gritty here. Sebastian's case, what we have witnessed in this case, is anything but normal. And if you think it's normal, then you have issues that I can't fix. You need to seek out professional help. And that's about all the time I'm going to spend on that, because you're not worth it. And to come in there and try to derail a live stream where a father is being, like I said, very gracious to answer people's questions. He doesn't owe you people anything, not a damn thing. And yes, this is night court. He doesn't owe you nothing, yet he gives all the time to you people. And you take and you take and you take and you ridicule him. Oh, well, I asked a question last time. And so the Fukushima what? So what? Grow up. Pull up your big girl panties or big boy panties and act right. It's not impressive. It's disgusting. Get a life. Go somewhere else. I wouldn't dream of going into somebody else's chat and acting that Fukushiman way. Hello, Paige. Good to see you. Good to see you guys. Welcome in, guys. Hey, Lover Girl. So glad to see you guys and welcome in. Thank you guys for being over at Seth's. I saw you guys over there too. And hey, Cinderella and Sammy is here. Sammy, great questions. Hey, Kiki. Hello, my friend. And also Susie is here. Lori. Hey, Lori. So good to see you. And our friend Detroit is here. Detroit is in the house. And Witchy Mama is here. Hello, Witchy Mama. No, it's okay. I am so glad you're here, Witchy Mama. And I appreciate all you do. I appreciate all of you guys. All my mods are great people. You guys are wonderful people. You really are. And Robini is here also. Good to see you, Robini. And Kylie's Nail Candy. Hello. Yeah, it's just, that's why I didn't go live right away afterwards. I had to stress eat something. And then I had to collect my thoughts. Because it really makes me sick at my stomach, guys. I mean, getting down into some of these things in the paperwork, when Sebastian wants to tear his heart out, it made me want to tear my heart out. I don't see, if somebody doesn't listen to that and it doesn't hold any weight with you, again, you're not the same person. You're not like me. I don't want you around me. To me, you're evil and you have no soul. If that you can't just shut the Fukushima up for 1 second and allow for some understanding. You want him to answer your questions, but you don't want to shut up long enough to listen. It's shameful. It's pathetic. You know what? It's pathetic. And it literally drives me nuts. Hey, Gail. And I'm sorry that you guys are having to hear this, because none of you guys are like this. And Bo, thank you so much also for putting that email. Was like the bomb diggity. I'm like, damn, Bo's got it all nice and pretty and neat and everything, I was making sure I got to everybody's questions. And by the way, everybody that did ask questions asked really great questions, like really wonderful questions, like how we can help and what can we do, and maybe digging in a little bit deeper to some of these things that were in the filing that Seth can speak on. So again, I just want to say it's not even the silver lining. It's that the majority of people are such good people and they really, really want to try to find Sebastian. And they're really asking those questions that may be able to give us a clue to figure out maybe where he is, and Susie, hey, Susie, Sebastian Strong, Sebastian's Army, Sebastian's Warriors. That's right. And Sebastian, he's a warrior himself, that's why we're Sebastian Strong, right? Because we're going off of Sebastian's strength. He had to have had a tremendous amount of strength to deal with what he was dealing with. Hey, Shadow, and again, it's about putting yourself in his shoes and thinking about how he must have felt and what he was going through. Doesn't matter that your question wasn't answered last live when you wanted it to be. Grow up, cowgirl up, or whatever you got to do. I mean, like I said, professional help is needed. I couldn't do it, Kiki. I couldn't. Excuse me. I could not do it. I couldn't do what Brandy Vaughn does. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do what Desiree, Kyron Horman's mother, does. It's extremely difficult. I don't even know that I would want to leave the house, right? I don't know if I could get out of bed. That's how distraught I would be if something happened to my child. I mean, it's just, it's not even cute anymore. Like, it's not even something where you're like, oh, trolls, bunch of idiots. No, really, it's disgusting, you know? And that's what real love is. And that's exactly it, Kylie's nail candy. It's doing it for someone else, even though you can't, or you think you can't do it. You keep pressing on because it's about the love. The love is what's pressing on. The haters want to come in and steal that love, right? They're fucking energy vampires and vultures. And that's what they want to do. They want to steal that because they see it, and they, in misery loves company. Good morning, Janet. Good to see you. So that's an issue. But what Seth has done tonight, what he continues to do, I mean, I don't even know if I can put it into words. Those types of individuals don't like themselves. Boom, Gail. They don't like themselves. I think they hate themselves. Self loathing mother truckers don't like themselves. So that is why they're so nasty, in my opinion. Yeah. And I mean, if you're having a bad day and it makes you feel good, or maybe it's just a bad life and it makes you feel good to go ahead and transfer that negativity onto somebody else, again, professional help is needed. And it would do the world some good to get another miserable prick out of the world. Uh, Alicia says, I'm so glad you're here tonight and I'm able to be here. Can I ask a favor though? I need a prayer. Oh, really? Oh, Alicia, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. She says, I was diagnosed with melanoma today and a little scared. Of course, that's scary. Well, yes, we'll definitely pray for you, Alicia, and thank you for letting us know. I'm so sorry about that. You know, I don't. I say I'm trying really hard not to swear, but then you tell me this, and I think fuck cancer is the first thing that comes to my mind. Because I hate it. That's the one thing in life that I cannot stand. Um, I'm so sorry, my friend, and again, we will definitely keep you in our prayers. And Valley Gal, good to see you, Valley Gal. So I'm sorry, Lori. I know it's so frustrating. It is so frustrating to me. But I wanted to get that off my chest because I was holding it back the whole time because because I knew I had to behave, and then I was like, oh, I'm definitely going live. I'm definitely going live tonight. Um, but it's so rude. It's so rude and uncalled for, Detroit. Exactly. So well said. Uncalled for. Like, why say anything? I mean, because I will, excuse me, still not 100% here. I will go into others' lives that I don't, necessarily. I know that if I chat, I'm not welcome in there, stuff like that. We all know um, where we belong, where we don't. And so, but if I am, and I just so happen to be listening to someone or something that I don't agree with, I sit there and I just listen, right? I won't even look at the chat sometimes because then, it's harder to resist the urge to say something. But in the same way, why though? Like, why would you say anything? Why wouldn't you just listen and, let it happen? Because, we have a choice to be in there. We could click it off. We could click off of it. But to just sit there and then to pay to harass somebody. And that's another thing that we witness on YouTube is that people will use their hard-earned money. Like, they just worked their fucking ass off. I know I'm going to say a lot of F's tonight. They just worked their damn asses off to make that money. That's taking food off of their table. That's taking money from their bills. That's taking money from their retirement or some other thing they could do with that money. A vacation, a newer car, a newer cell phone. Take your pick. And they're choosing to super chat it to someone because that's how much hate they have in their freaking bodies, mind, spirit, heart. I just don't get it because I certainly am not going to pay to do something like that. Again, it screams to me is mental illness, and I want no part of it. Stay the f away from me. Hello, Poppy Love, good to see you. You know? And I do believe that too, Janet. And I think that's what's really frustrating for everybody, right? Because we try so hard not to be the one to point the finger. But this is the thing, I'm so sick of tiptoeing around or pussyfooting around the subject. Because when we're sat there, when they sit there, excuse me, and they say, "Oh, I can't believe you could say that about an innocent parent." Let me play this for you guys because I want to play this. This is hindsight. I got a couple things to play for you guys tonight. So, hindsight posted a short or two today. Um, Here. All right. Now, this is not my words. This is not my words. This is Chris and Katie's Proudfoot's words. So, listen up. This is what they have said. And again, don't blame me for the crap that comes out of their mouth just because I'm reviewing it, right? What sense does that make? But then again, mental illness, mental illness. And welcome in. Yeah, shut the front door. Fukushima, mother chickens, son of a biscuit. I've been thinking of ones that I can refer to, you know. So, Kiki. Exactly. And look, we all have issues, right? But that doesn't mean that we get to go and take them out on everybody. We don't take them out on our kids. We don't take them out on our significant others. We don't take them out on anybody. You don't have a right to do that. Just because you're having a shit day or you're just a shitty person doesn't give you the right. Yeah, you're awesome, Bo. You are just awesome. Then we have people like Bo who works her butt off, right? And then she takes on extra projects to help Sebastian's army. And then she takes on other projects to help Lady Freedom. All the time, Bo is right there to help. Always. Right? And she doesn't sit there and go, "Well, I did this and I did this." No, she says, "No problem, Lady Freedom. Happy to do it." Right? I mean, Seth. Hey, Seth. He says, "I don't like you yelling at me because you're upset, Lady Freedom." Right? Don't be taking out your frustrations over here. But it's just, it's horrible, Country guy. Hey, country guy. Yeah. Yeah, Seth. And, I mean, look, it's just all of us working together is so important. That's the only way to get it done. You know? That's the only way to get it done. It's just, you know, do you want to make another list for me, Bo? Says Seth. Right? That's so funny. Yes, I need some. I made a cup of coffee. I downed the cup of coffee that I was already drinking, and then I made another one. So we're good to go. Um, I bet you are worn out, Seth. I bet you are. And it's just a lot. Like people don't understand, and even having like, okay, I got 33 in here tonight of you lovely people, and it's hard to keep up with everything, make sure we see everybody's comments and everything. I mean, imagine having, I think there was like 700 people in chat tonight. That's a lot of people, and Seth is up there trying to stay focused. And I mean, the chat's like right next to, if you guys don't know what the interface of a lot of these streaming platforms are, it's like we have our screen and then we have the chat that's right next to it. And yeah, you can move the chat over and not see it. But then, you got people over there, "Oh, you didn't see my comment." And then they're getting like, I hate to say it, but butt hurt over over somebody not paying attention to them. It's like, again, grow up and get some mental health for yourself. You'll feel a lot better. You'll thank me in the morning. Susie, thank you for the floating hearts. That's really sweet. Thank you so much. And also, I do want to say thank you for everybody that super chatted tonight, except for the ones that are doing it for ill intentions. So, hey, my PTSD. That's right. Fukushima, you, Kansa. So, yeah, it is. It's so rude. It's so rude. The gators have got me. The gators have got me. Rapini. They have. It's like every time I think I'm getting better, it's like then I start having the sniffles, and then, you know, it's just yes, I should. I should, Valley Gal. I was just itching to say my opinion on everything. So um oh, it's not a specific, it's not anybody in particular. There was just certain people that came in the beginning, and then they were upset because someone else's questions were being answered, and I'd rather not even give them, the time of that. So, hey Liberty, good to see you. And so, I mean, I see these things, and I put them in, like, the little memory compartment, and then I'm like, okay, I just gotta address that. So, well, good, Michelle, and thank you for posting. Michelle says, I have definitely gotten a lot of views on X lately with my posts about Sebastian. That's fantastic, Michelle, and thank you for doing that. Look, I saw a lot of people out there, and I wanted to, excuse me, let's see, I wanted to say, because I took a screenshot of the good stuff, right? Um, but let's see. One of the ladies in chat, I want to say I got their name. I want to get their name right. Honey Bee Fly 83 says that she has a couple of trucking companies, and that she's going to give her employees and people on her cruise. I don't know how it works with the trucking industry. Um, Sebastian's flyers, because they go across, they go coast to coast. And she was saying that she will definitely do that, you know. So I just want to shout her out and say thank you for doing that, right? Because that is a solution, and a positive um thing to do in the right direction. Like, if you're frustrated, I get it, but do the right thing, right? If you're frustrated and you want to see something different, then be the change that you want to see. And now I sound like Jen. But it's true. It is so true, you know. And I'm praying for you, Liberty. I hope you're feeling better, honey. I wanted to put some flowers in the chat, and the chat was flying so fast it sent my message before I got a chance to put a flowers in there for you, because I know that you're going through some health stuff too. Guys, life is too short. Life is too short to be pissed off all the time. Life is too short to spread around hatred. Spread the good. Give somebody a hug. Give somebody a compliment. Pay for somebody's coffee behind you if you have the money. I never have the money to do that, or I would love to, right? But then I probably wouldn't have the money because, that's how the rich stay rich, right? Brad, good to see you. And hey, little Miss Sharon, right? So, um, let me share this with you guys. Hindsight and BMW coupe, the coupe.
Largest searches that they've conducted with so much input that it's a case to be studied for sure. To open my mouth, say one fucking word, and I could almost break the fucking internet.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Look what I did the other night when I got on that show. When you said I wanted on the show,
Yeah.
that shit fucking almost broke the fucking internet.
Yeah.
Oh, look what I did. Look what I did the other night. Look what you did. What about passing out a flyer for your missing stepson? What about that? You're concerned with breaking the internet? First of all, you didn't even come close to that. Didn't even come close. So, what are you bragging about, Foot? Ridiculous. That's right, Susie. Spread the love, not the hate. It'll make you feel so much better in your heart, in your soul, in your mind. That shit warps your mind that you're spending your hard-earned money to super chat and troll the father of a missing child. It's sickening. Let's put Sebastian up here next. There we go, so we can remember who is important. Chris Proudfoot, not you, breaking the internet. You sorry SOB? I mean, you really got to be a sorry mother trucker to be worried about you. And this is what he's telling to a private investigator. He's telling this to a private investigator that he's proud of himself. You saw what happened the other night. I broke the internet. Well, pin a rose on your nose. I mean, what is she supposed to say to that? Anyways, what kind of reaction was he looking for? And Brad, I did see that and I reposted it from our friends, Sisters in True Crime. That Dominic's sister um, had posted a post for him, and I did share it out, and I also found because Brad says yesterday was the anniversary of Dominic Russo's death, right, by Mackenzie Shirilla, but let's also not forget about Davian too. I am subscribed to Davian's sister, and I'm hoping that I can go over there and show her some love too, because I know she's probably going through a lot. The anniversaries of things like that are horrible. My dad had a depressing week. His friend sadly took his own life because he was suffering with cancer and couldn't handle the pain anymore. Oh, Brad, that is just heartbreaking. I'm so sorry, hon. Um, I'm sending love, hugs, and prayers. Um, well, your way and to your dad too, right? And to the family of his friend and everybody. That's so sad. I'm so sorry, hun. So, yeah, he did sound like a dweeb. And then he comes flying up there not to talk about, thank you, Seth. And see, that's the thing, when you can have compassion for other people and you're going through it yourself. That's the people that we need more of in this world. Hey, Henry dog, good to see ya. You know? So we got to be there for each other, guys. Don't tear each other down. What the hell's wrong with you people? Babs says there's some horrible trolls in Seth's video earlier. Really, there were, Babs. Hey, Babs, good to see you. But there was such good people like you, Babs, and our show poodles. Hey, show poodles. You know, um, yeah, pompous a hole. Yeah, exactly. Oh, thank you. Okay, a screenshot. Thank you very much, Detroit. I'll check it. Hey, runs with scissors. Good to see you. I saw you in the live too, and I was talking or about to talk or try to unmute myself, but good to see you, hon. Thanks for being here. Um, and if I didn't get to say hi to anybody, please just know that it was so busy in there, but I was trying to get everybody because like I said, we have so many good people in this community, guys. We really do. And I just hate to overshadow that with people like Mr. Foot over here.
It did.
But what is factual is that the father, the mother, and myself have been extremely cooperative. We have been vetted. We have been checked out. We have been questioned and everything of that nature, and literally have been cleared. There is no wrongdoing. There is no negative input from the parents or any of the family.
Well, we know that's a lie. I love this. She keeps putting a big X, right? Like, wrong. Wrong again, wrong, right? Because here's the thing. Nobody has been vetted to this day except for the green hoodie. I mean, that's the God's honest truth. I don't know what else I can say about it. But Chris has been out there pushing that narrative. But then again, so has someone else. So has someone else.
Any evidence of foul play?
This guy, Sheriff Craddock, right? Or Sheriff Eric Craddock. And then look at who's back here. Ken Widener. Okay. So it's Ken Widener approved. And look at his face. Look at his face. If you have no dog in the fight, then why would you get so bothered? Sheriff Snuggles Struggles, you want to answer me that? Because you look quite bothered there, buddy. You look quite bothered. Like you don't want to be asked these questions, and it's written all over your face. It's written all over your face. And Rob Beanie, maybe he's pissed off because he forgot his stick of gum, right? The gum chewing champion, the heavyweight gum chewing champion of the world, right? Yes, Babs X X X X. Mr. Snuggle Struggles. You know, but he's the one that was saying that there's no evidence of foul play. No evidence. And look at him. I mean, I'm just pausing on his face. It's not my fault.
Any evidence
His face looks that way. Right?
of foul play?
There's no evidence to support foul play.
But you can't rule it out necessarily. You're ruling nothing out at this point.
That's right. I'm ruling nothing out.
Okay, he's ruling nothing out, but there's no evidence to support foul play. Now, I just wanted you guys to hear that from his words, from his own mouth. Now, let's just say, let me find the spot. All right. Give me 1 second. All right, here we go. So we'll just do this because I've read a lot of this stuff. I hate to continue to rehash it. It breaks my heart. It absolutely makes me sick for Sebastian. But right here, this is number 50. Number 50 in the filing. This is page 10 and 11 I'm referring to. And this is from, let's see, this is the DCS, right? And let me pull one in too, because I'll pull one in from you, Sheriff Snuggle Struggles, just for you, hon, just for you. Number 50, had DCS fulfilled this most basic obligation, it would have learned critical information that was never captured in the case file. Seth Rogers would have told DCS investigators that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, his son, had expressed to him on multiple occasions that he was more comfortable with his father, Seth, than with Mr. Proudfoot, right, Mr. Chris? And that Sebastian was afraid of Proudfoot because he believed Proudfoot would hurt him if he disclosed what had been happening. Seth Rogers would have informed DCS that Proudfoot had ridiculed Sebastian about prior SA, compounding Sebastian's existing trauma and making Sebastian even less likely to disclose abuse to any adult he believed would report back to the Proudfoot household. Could you imagine? I mean, as old as many of us are in here, right? As old as many of us are, it would be extremely difficult to deal with this. I couldn't deal with it as a 43-year-old woman, but we're expecting a then 14-year-old, 13-year-old child to deal with this. How about when he was 8 years old in California? What? Unbelievable. All right, so let's pull one in from Mr. Snuggle Struggles, who likes to tell everybody that there is no evidence of foul play. No evidence whatsoever of foul play. Let's see here. All right, here we go. Number 15. Number 15. All right. And let me go ahead and make this a little bit bigger too, because I know it's hard to see it if I don't. Before Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers disappeared, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office had direct knowledge of and involvement in Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' situation through its participation in the DCS Child Protective Investigative Team, also known as CPIT. The CPIT, more like an armpit, more like a bottomless pit of despair for children, in my opinion. The CPIT team included the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, Juvenile Court, Ashley's Place Advocacy Center for Children, Child Advocacy Center, excuse me, and Assistant District Attorney Jenny Smith. On November 3rd, 2022, and again in May of 2023, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office participated in CPIT proceedings regarding Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, who has been missing for over 2.5 years now. DCS cases and a detective was assigned to the case through CPIT. All right? Through the CPIT proceedings and the DCS records, law enforcement knew or should have known the following. And if they didn't know back then specifically, like I'm talking about maybe you, Snuggle Struggles, and rookie Detective Carter, then you should have known. Because these records would have been readily available to you if you would have reached out to CPIT. Or what about the assistant district attorney, excuse me, I want to call her assistant ADA for a second there. I'm like, that's not right. The assistant district attorney, Jennifer Jenny Smith. Okay? You should have asked. Here we go. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers had been S8'd by a peer in California over a period of weeks, which included some horrible things. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was afraid of his stepfoot, Chris Proudfoot, Mr. Chris, and feared being, quote, hurt, end quote, if his stepfather found out about the essay in California. Proudfoot admitted to DCS that he, quote, whacked, and that sounds like Chris, right? Because that's exactly how he described the belt incident. A whack kind of got him. And so he goes to school and he tells his teacher. Dumbass. Whacked him, Sebastian that is, in the belly. Neighbors reported that Proudfoot, quote, hated the child and wanted the child to die. And that was reported on the front page newspaper that someone graciously sent me so that I can turn it into a short so I can show you all. Front page Hendersonville News. Extra, extra, read all about it. Looks like everyone's assumptions and insinuations and accusations were not that. It was the truth. Proudfoot. Now that's something that'll break the internet. And if it didn't, it should have. It should have broke the presses as it was coming off that you hated Sebastian, but not only that you hated him, but you no longer wanted him to live. Well, bravo. Bravo. Good job. Colossal asshole. Sebastian's grandmother reported that the stepfather, quote, often called Sebastian names and would degrade him, end quote. These are direct quotes from what was taken in by the DCS agents, right? Social workers, whatever you want to call them. Sebastian's therapist reported that he was I don't even know how to say it, aggressive. He was acting out because of what happened to him. That's completely normal and not his fault. DCS determined that Sebastian was, quote, at serious risk of imminent risk of removal from the Proudfoot's home. And that's under the Title 4E candidacy program. Okay. And again, this does not give a date here because I think it was Choo Choo's mama or something like that. Mommy asked about that. So, mommy, we don't know about that, right? Because it doesn't give an exact date here. But what we do know is that we have a time frame from September of 2022 all the way through February of 2024 when Sebastian went missing. And then thereafter, there was another call put into DCS and they did a FAST 2.0 evaluation on the family. So, I mean, there you go. I don't know why it's difficult for anybody to understand if they're listening. If you're paying attention, you know. That's all it takes is for you to shut up and listen. Oh, well, I don't know what's going on in this. And that's not directed at you, Choo Choo's mama. I don't mean that at you. What I'm saying is that if people would stop and listen for a second, then they would get it. Then you wouldn't have any questions. You would have clarity. You would have confirmation. This is the filings here are confirmation, guys. This isn't something that I came up with. This isn't something that anybody came up with. This is from documented instances and quotations from the DCS reports. Everybody's wondering where the DCS reports were, what happened during that, how come the DCS was called, how come they had involvement. Well, here it is. Here it is. So please give it the respect that it deserves and listen to what is in here. It's telling you this right here, right? That because of these other reports and what was going on, that Sebastian was going to be taken out of the home and removed. And DCS determined this because they are operating under the Title IV candidacy program. And we went over that already. And it's not that I want you guys to just go back and watch my live. That's not what it's about. What it's about is that there's several creators out there that have gone over this in depth and explained everything in these filings. So you just have to listen. And thank you, Love Mama Love. It's so good to see you. And thank you so much for your super chat. I really appreciate that. Let me get you a little party here going with the confetti and stuff and streamers. Woo woo. Thank you. I appreciate you very much. You know, so, I mean, that's all it takes is to just listen. And seek and ye shall find. Go find these. These are out there, guys. They're out there. This is public knowledge, public information. I saw them posted on various X accounts. They were sent over to me by multiple people. And look, these documents are also found on I think it's the WKRN website. All public. All public. Oh yeah, Brad. I roasted that one too because I'm sick of that crap with her coming out there. Well, I'm 28 years in the FBI. No. Okay. Hey, Holly. You know, it's bogus. Sebastian had multiple diagnosed disabilities, right? Autism, ADHD, and chromosome deletion. Sebastian never left the home before. This information was critical context for any investigation. So again, no evidence of foul play. Here's your frickin' evidence. Again, seek and ye shall find. If you sit there and say, well, there's no proof of that, there's no proof of anything, there's no evidence. Well, no shit, Sherlock. It's because you're neglecting to look. And it's gross negligence. Gross negligence. And I don't give a flying Fukushima who has immunity and who doesn't. It's about doing the right thing. I don't know if a judge is going to push this through, but it would be a complete miscarriage and a travesty of justice if nothing is done. In my opinion, this is utterly disgusting. There's critical context for any investigation into Sebastian's disappearance. It pointed directly at the household as a primary focus of let me say it again. It pointed directly at the household as the primary focus of investigation and at Proudfoot, Mr. Christopher Proudfoot, as a person of significant interest. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office failure to treat this information with appropriate urgency constitutes deliberate indifference. Okay? Now, with that being said, let's go back to hindsight. Let's go back to voices of truth.
Evidence of foul play?
There's no evidence to support foul play.
But
There's no evidence to support foul play.
Any evidence of foul play?
There's no evidence to support foul play.
but you
Really? All right. All right. Now, let's go back to the filing. Let's go back to the filing. And guys, I will be covering Summer Wells. I just can't tonight. I can't look at Don and Candace, who do nothing, and not support Seth, who does everything to find his child. Everything. It's actually sickening to me. Now, and I can't do that when I'm this pissed, because I'll say things that I'm going to regret. I'll direct the anger appropriately. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' disappearance and Sumner County's initial response. Number 18. On February 26, 2024, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' mother, Katie Proudfoot, reported that Sebastian, quote, left the house on his own and his whereabouts are unknown, end quote. And that, quote, Sebastian has never left the home before alone, end quote. Given Sebastian's neurodivergence, his developmental disabilities, and the documented history of abuse in the home, this report should have triggered the most intensive investigative response possible. The most intensive investigative response possible. But instead, we get this. Again, back to hindsight.
you can't rule it out necessarily. You're ruling nothing out at this point.
That's right, I'm ruling nothing out.
So you said you were on the phone.
He's not ruling anything out. He's not ruling anything out, but he's here to tell you that there is no evidence of foul play. Oh no. No. Hello, Claudia. Good to see you, hon. So, well, that's okay, because like I said, Jay is for Justice is going to have a rude awakening if she keeps up with the defamation of my character. This is both of our workplaces, and if she's going to continue to slander, she might think about that, because I will take legal action. So if she wants to continue down that road, that's perfectly okay. Have at it. Because I don't play those games. I'm not Brittany J, and I'm not going to play those games. I will take legal recourse. So have fun while you can.
So you said you were on the phone with her. So you were not home.
No.
Okay.
I was at work. I'm a tower crane operator, and I was working in Memphis at the St. Jude Project.
Memphis. I was working at Memphis. And then look how he's itching his arm. This is what I was talking about earlier.
It's at the St. Jude Project. So it's.
Hold on. Sorry, I didn't back it up enough.
I was working in.
See him right here?
Memphis at the St. Jude Project.
Yeah. I was working in Memphis. But where was your cut camper parked? Where was your cut camper parked? Because last time I checked, you were over the state line, so the FBI should have been called in right then and there in this case, and they should have taken it over. Because then he was in Mississippi. He was in Mississippi, right? So he was over state lines where there was a missing kid, and he was on the phone with the last person to be with this missing child. You know? I mean, it's clear as day. Hello, Stacy. You work so hard. Thank you for being here, Stacy. I appreciate you. You know? I mean, unbelievable.
So it's, you know, I have an earpiece in that talks to my phone. I have another earpiece in that does the radios. So when she was talking to me, I was like, what? I was confused. We talked about where he could possibly be, and then we went from there and led to calling the cops, and here we are now.
Oh, yeah. I led to calling the cops, and here we are now. Just no big deal. We'll shrug it off. We'll just, who knows? Well, I don't know. Meh. You know? Why don't you direct your anger towards Chris Proudfoot, Stepfoot, who hurt Sebastian? The hell? Again, mental illness is real. And I can't help you. You need professionals for that.
We are now.
Have you ruled out Sebastian's mom's and stepdad's involvement in this case?
Look at him. He can't even stand still.
Involvement in this case, and as a follow-up, have you cleared their alibi?
I think that
All right. This is the question, and I know it's hard to hear. So I'm going to read it off for you guys real quick. All right. Have you ruled out Sebastian's mom's and stepdad's involvement in this case? And look at him. He's not answered. He's just going back and forth, nervous as hell. Still didn't answer. And as a follow-up, have you cleared their alibi? Okay. So again, we'll watch it again. Oh, that's a real nice stopping point. Not suspicious at all.
Have you ruled out Sebastian's mom's and stepdad's involvement in this case, and as a follow-up, have you cleared their alibi?
I think the TBI said it best. They've been nothing but cooperative with law enforcement.
The TBI said it best. That was Susan Nyland. That's a public relations person. That's not an investigator or a detective. Hey, Sandy. So how would they say it best? Because they're public relations? You sorry little weasel, you.
Have you cleared their alibi?
I think the TBI said it best. They've been nothing but cooperative with law enforcement since day one.
They have been nothing but cooperative with law enforcement since day one. Day one? You mean day one when Sebastian reported that he was afraid of his stepfather, Mr. Chris, back on let's pull that in. Let's pull that in and see it. Let's pull that in, because don't take my word for it. You know, I'm not sitting here making up shit, pulling shit out of my ass like old Craddock is over here. I'm actually referring back to a document. I'm actually referring to this document in particular, where it says, and it states, Sebastian has all of these issues. A minor child, a 15-year-old child on the autism spectrum disorder spectrum. Combined type ADHD. a rare chromosome deletion, right? Vulnerable. It says that that DCS's own records show was marked by physical abuse, emotional degradation, and a stepfather whom neighbors reported, quote, hated the child and wanted the child to die. DCS had formally determined that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was at serious imminent risk of removal from their home. But they've cooperated since when? Day one? They were aware, Babs. They were so aware since day one. Day one for them started on back in September of 2022. September of 2022. Yes. He didn't even read them. It's like Jennifer Kaufendaffer still hadn't read them yesterday. Sorry, the day before now. July 30th. Had Seth on the panel on the 18th. You know? So crazy. So crazy. DCS investigated Sebastian's household on 2 separate occasions based on allegation of SA and physical abuse. On both occasions, DCS closed its case finding, quote, no concerns and no services needed, end quote. Despite documenting alarming evidence that Sebastian was living in a dangerous and abusive environment. Do you need me to say it again? Piss poor, disgusting. Approximately 9 months after DCS closed its second case, concluding, quote, no services needed, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers disappeared. He has never been found. DCS's own records established that it knew this child was in danger, documented that danger in meticulous detail, formally determined he was at imminent risk of removal, and they did nothing. This action constitutes deliberate indifference to Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' constitutional rights and directly contributed to the circumstances of his disappearance. I don't give a shit what the TBI has to say, especially not some public relations officer who wants to come in there and smooth things over and lie to everybody's faces. Oh, I'm so Susan Nyland sat up there and talked so much shit about YouTubers and the public, and you guys just have a whole bunch of rumors going around, and I would urge you not to listen to YouTube anymore. What? So we can forget about Sebastian? Why weren't you investigating the police department, TBI, Susan Nyland? Oh, right, because you're a public relations officer. You're not a detective or an investigator. You're just there to bamboozle the public. This court has subject matter jurisdiction pursuant to 28 U.S.C. 1331 and 1343. Okay? Which is named plenty of times in here. Let's see. The first date was, and I'm showing you guys this because I'm sick of people lying their asses off. It's ridiculous. You don't want to hear the truth, then you're in the wrong fucking place. DCS case ID number 14884107003 SA investigation September, October, November of 2022. Got it? On or about September 28th, 2022 at approximately 6:33 p.m. Do you need anything more specific than this? A date and a time stamp. Welcome to Sumner County, in my opinion. You know, Valley Gal, it's sick. And them catching PDFs left and right. And, you know, all of a sudden, a call was placed on this date, September 28th, 2022 at approximately 6:33 p.m. to DCS Child Abuse Hotline The intake screened it as a priority 3. Let's see what a priority 3 constitutes real quick, because I'd like to know, because in both of these circumstances, this circumstance and then the other circumstance that we are going to explore in a second, both of those were categorized as a level 3 or priority 3. Sumner County, Tennessee. All right. In Sumner County, Tennessee, a priority 3 designation in the context of SA and child abuse and neglect reporting refers to the Tennessee Department of Children's Services DCS screening and priority response system. And for any of you who want to say that I'm a liar, here, let me just show you what I'm looking at here, and I'll read it to you. And if you need me to go slower, then take that little button on your screen and mark it down a little bit, because I think some of you need me to go a little bit slower with you. Here it is, black and white, clear as day. Typed it into Google. This is what I got. Okay? Tennessee Department of Children's Services Screening and Priority Response System will designate a priority 3 when there's child abuse and neglect reported. This system categorizes new reports of suspected child abuse or neglect into priority levels P1 through 3. So yes, folks, P3 is the most severe. It is the most severe. Unbelievable. Hey, Cinderella. Unbelievable. Based on the structured decision making, child abuse neglect intake assessment tool. What priority 3 means. P3 cases are considered non-severe or low risk compared to a P3 or a P1. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Immediate danger. Or P2, serious but not imminent danger cases. So this is what I don't understand, and this is why I got it confused. So why would a child who is reporting not only sexual abuse, but also physical and mental and emotional and psychological abuse only considered a stage 3, a priority 3? The lowest priority, in other words. Why is that? Because the other one was a priority 3 too. And at that point, they had already been over to the house. So there's your first fucking systematic failure right there. Right here. Fail. This, it says they are assigned to an assessment track rather than the investigation track, meaning the case will be reviewed to determine if further action is needed. Really? Well, guys, if your children report SA in Tennessee, this is what they're going to get too. Just keep that in mind. Also, keep in mind why we call Eric Craddock snuggle struggles. And if you don't know or you forgot, it's because he looks at RAPE as a snuggle struggle. He thinks it's a priority 3 too, apparently. P3 cases are still documented and tracked by DCS, but they do not trigger the same urgent response or hospital contact as P1 or P2 cases. So they put Sebastian at the lowest priority. I'm glad we looked into that, because that's not something that we went over in the first live when we were deep diving into this. Very interesting. This is how the screening works. Report submission. Anyone with reasonable cause to suspect child abuse or neglect can report the child abuse hotline, right? Report it to the child abuse hotline. Initial review. CAH staff use the SDM tool to assess the nature, severity, and urgency of allegations. Then they do a priority assessment. Based on the assessment, the case is assigned to a priority level, which is P1 through 3, and routed to an appropriate caseworker or track. Well, no wonder. Case management. For P3 cases, the caseworker will review the report, determine if further investigation is warranted, and decide on the next steps. Well, apparently, the case manager thought it was necessary to do a home visit. So at least that happened. Sumner County Sheriff's Office manages local jail intakes and coordinates with Gallatin Police and courts. If a P3 case involves a child in custody or a related offense, the Sheriff's Office may still be involved in housing or court coordination. Families of concerned parties can call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office or Sumner County Jail for booking custody status, right? Because some of these people are arrested, unlike Chris Proudfoot. I wonder why he wasn't. In short, a priority 3 screening in Sumner County means the case is low risk under DCS's priority system. But Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is a child with multiple disabilities that have been documented, and you still deemed it low priority. Well, I'll be damned. Now, this will be assessed for further action and is not considered an emergency. For official case details, you would need to contact the Tennessee Child Abuse Hotline or Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Well, I might do that because I have some questions for them. We'll see if they give me a response. Unfrickin' believable. So now we know. Now we know why there was no urgency behind the first visit. But again, let's go back to the documents. Just horrible. So again, when this call came in to the hotline, the intake was screened as a priority 3 and allegations of SA against an unknown perpetrator. The alleged child victim was Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. The intake reported that on September 28, 2022, Sebastian disclosed to a school professional that 2 years earlier, while living in California with his mother, he experienced SA by another child. And there was all of what you would imagine that would happen during an RAPE happened between child A, which is Sebastian, and child B, who is this other child, an older child who, in my opinion, had no business being around Sebastian alone or even playing with him. There's no reason. They have completely different interests. An 8-year-old and a 13-year-old? That's insane. I'd be wondering why that older kid wanted to play with my younger child. Especially when Sebastian has these issues. And so maybe his mental capacity is a little bit younger, even than 8 years old, at 8 years old. And Chris and Katie like to have told everybody that Sebastian's mind hadn't caught up with his body yet and all of this other stuff. So to say that they weren't aware of this, come the frick on. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Sebastian told the school professional that after he told her, she was the only adult who knew besides my mom. And that's a quote from him, quote, only adult who knew besides my mom, end quote. The intake further documented that Sebastian stated he was disgusted with himself about what happened and that it had gotten much more difficult to pretend like it didn't happen. And who was making him pretend like it didn't happen? Oh, wait. It was because he was afraid, and he already told people that he was afraid. The intake noted that Sebastian struggled with behaviors after he moved to the Sumner County School District and was placed into a behavioral program at Schaefer Middle School. Well, that's not his fault. And then also it goes into the intake documented that Sebastian, quote, stated that he is afraid of what his stepfather, Mr. Chris Proudfoot, Christopher Proudfoot, would do if he found out, and that he was afraid he will get hurt for telling an adult what happened. Again, the intake further noted that Sebastian's stepfather had used corporal punishment on Sebastian several times before, and it is unknown if he knows about the abuse or how he will react or blame Sebastian. And you think that that is the lowest priority? You think this number 23 paragraph is the lowest priority? I mean, there's just no words for you. Sounds like you need to find a new profession, in my opinion. So now, moving along to the next case that was open. DCS case ID 1509540-657. Physical abuse investigation in May of 2023. Specifically, May 3rd of 2023 at approximately 9:06 p.m. Here is another timestamp and date for you. So if you cannot, again, read black and white, if you can't listen to what I'm saying, then I can't help you anymore. But this is the evidence that supports foul play. And they had it. We're just becoming aware of it, but they had this the entire time. It is infuriating. A second call was placed to DCS child abuse hotline, and the intake was screened as a priority 3. Allegations of physical abuse against Chris Proudfoot. The alleged child victim is Sebastian again. The intake reported that Proudfoot had made comments about pushing the child against a wall when he does not behave. And I know that there was a question about that, and that he did it several times. Well, obviously he did it when Sebastian didn't behave. So you name it. If Sebastian didn't, quote, behave to his fucking standards or specifications, then he would probably be pushed up against a wall or hit in the stomach or whacked with a belt. None of it's okay. Oh, wait, and also his things bagged up and thrown away. Disgusting. Hey, Rosebud. I just can't. I just can't with this. It is absolutely disgusting. Rosebud says, Lady Freedom, we are in agreement when the question why LE didn't come forward with all of what they knew prior to Sebastian missing, in my opinion, then would have been the time. That would have been the time to disclose, not hide it. Now it's too late, and LE looks even worse. Yeah, Rosebud, and who would have ever thought? Who would have thunk it? You know, I wouldn't have. That's why I was trying to get clarity from Seth tonight, because another creator had asked about that, right? About the trash video. Didn't you say that you saw the trash video and that it was Sebastian? Well, yeah, he did in the beginning, because he was taking law enforcement's word for it. And I would have too, because we are taught growing up. I don't know how many of you guys knew McGruff the crime dog, but like when I was younger, I was like, oh, you know, I'm all about that, right? Because I was in Girl Scouts, right? And I was trying to do the right thing all the time. Going to Catholic school, you know, didn't want to have to confess all kinds of bad things. So I was trying to be a good kid, right? I took it seriously. You know, you think law enforcement is there to help you. You never think they're going to try to hurt you. And furthermore, Seth, in his professional capacity, would never dream of, probably ever dream, that he would have such an issue with them protecting his son. It doesn't have anything to do with Seth. It has everything to do with Sebastian. Everything to do with him. Because they wouldn't like this done to their kid. No, they would not. No, they would not. You know? They wouldn't, Lori. It's so wrong. It is so wrong. Any and all abuse to Sebastian was allowed by his mother, Katie Proudfoot. Babs, unbelievable. She and Seth shared custody. Sebastian was never abused while with Seth. No, and Sebastian would have told Babs. Sebastian would have been like, hey, Mr. Chris is hurting me, but when I go to my dad's, he's also hurting me. That was never documented because it didn't happen. The hoodies are really nice, Seth. They really are. And people ask me all the time about the hoodies. When I'm wearing the hoodie, when I'm wearing my shirt, when I wear I call it a satchel. It's not a purse, it's a satchel. Right? But when I'm wearing it, people ask me all the time, who is that? Who is that young man? He's missing? And I say, yes, scan the QR code. Right? That's Sebastian. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Missing from Sumner County, Tennessee. Hendersonville, to be exact. He's a monster, Cinderella. He's a monster. Me too, Babs. And they got, they made us all think like cops are cool, cops are safe, right? Be a crime dog, be about good. So nobody ever wants to think that they would ever do something so horrible like this. So yeah, totally secure. And guys, and when you order them, you get them very fast as well. You get them really, really fast. Good quality. As a matter of fact, I did some laundry. I haven't folded it yet. But my Sebastian t-shirt, I've washed and dried it. It still looks really new, and I've worn it a lot. I've worn it a lot because when I go out, I want to represent. Think about the first time LE went on the news. They knew all this prior to. Yes, Rosebud. Yes. Oh my God. Oh my God. And decided not to bring it forward. Did they think it was never going to come out? Protect the agency? Protect it from what? It's so much worse than we thought. And look, this is the Child Advocacy Center involved. We have the assistant district attorney involved. We have the juvenile court system. They're all guilty. They are all guilty, and fuck their immunity. In any direction they feel like going, fuck off their immunity. And anybody who wants to give them an out for any of this is just utterly despicable, in my opinion. It's a disgrace to the badge. It's a disgrace to any public servant out there who is actually for the children, any social workers out there that are trying to make a difference, that really actually care. It's disgraceful. So, for anybody who has any questions about that, this is a direct quote. Comments about pushing the child, Sebastian, against a wall when he does not behave. Right? And this is something that Chris Proudfoot made, this comment. And that the child reported, now this is Sebastian reporting, that Proudfoot hit him in the belly. On May 8th, Boswell arrived at the family home. Proudfoot granted permission to enter. Boswell met with Sebastian on the porch. Sebastian stated he remembered Boswell coming to their home this time last year, right? Or coming to the home last year. Sorry, it wasn't the same time. Okay. And so did Chris Proudfoot, because that's what he told Smiley, didn't he? And that's how Seth had to hear about it, didn't he? Yeah. That's what was talked about tonight. Now, during this interview, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers told Boswell that Proudfoot required he wore a belt every day. Sebastian stated that Proudfoot asked him to lift his shirt, and when Sebastian did not have a belt on, Proudfoot, quote, smacked him in his belly with the back of his hand and said, "You know you're supposed to wear a belt," end quote. Now, let's go to what Chris Proudfoot said occurred. Chris Proudfoot says to Boswell, because she also met with Chris Proudfoot on the porch. I guess she's taking the children outside to have a talk. Proudfoot admitted that he was cleaning Sebastian's drawers, asked Sebastian if he had a belt on, and when Sebastian pulled up his shirt and said no, Proudfoot, quote, whacked him with the back of his hand in his belly and said, "Boy, you know you're supposed to wear a belt every day," end quote. Now, here's the big difference in these two stories. And in my opinion, Proudfoot's the liar. And you'll never convince me otherwise. Because, see, Sebastian was trying to lessen what Chris Proudfoot did. Or, excuse me, Sebastian was trying to tell what Chris Proudfoot did. And then Chris Proudfoot tried to lessen what he did. Because Sebastian said, "I lifted up my shirt and showed him that I didn't have a belt on." Right? And sorry, let me back it up. I'm so pissed right now. I'm so pissed. So Sebastian said that Proudfoot asked him to lift his shirt. And when he did, and he didn't have a belt on, that's when he got smacked. But here's Chris trying to lessen everything and saying that Sebastian lifted his shirt up on his own without being asked, which I believe Sebastian all day. And that he whacked him with the back of his hand in his belly and said, "Boy, you're supposed to wear a belt every day," end quote. Right? And that's him. And you could hear it because he does use words like whacked, and he does say words like boy, you know you're supposed to, boy. No, Sebastian has a name, but you're so damn disrespectful. Hey, Crazy Buck. Yeah, what was Chris Proudfoot doing cleaning out Sebastian's underwear drawer? What right does he have to rifle through his unmentionables? How dare he, and how dare Katie, as Babs has said, allow for that shit? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So sick, Lori. So sick. You know? Proudfoot stated that Sebastian had to wear a belt because he needed to start wearing pull-ups. He needed, right? Proudfoot said that Sebastian needed to start wearing pull-ups. It's right here. It's right here. So what's to understand? It's completely self-explanatory. Proudfoot claimed he had, quote, never physically harmed Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Bullshit, you didn't. You just stated that you did, and now you're saying you didn't? Proudfoot's own omission that he whacked a child with diagnosed autism and multiple disabilities in the belly constituted physical abuse. His requirement that, quote, that Sebastian, quote, wear a pull-up, end quote, and submit to shirt lifting inspections constituted degrading and humiliating treatment of a disabled child who suffered from documented bathroom accidents due to his SA trauma. And again, spoke to Katie. Boswell she decides to talk to Katie while Katie's in the kitchen, and Katie stated that they've been working with Sebastian. When he tells a story, tell the entire story. He did, Katie. Stop. Crybaby Walker, exactly. Only to hit and humiliate Sebastian. to force him to lift his shirt up. Show me you're not wearing a belt so I could whack you in the stomach when I see that you're not wearing one. This should break the internet. And Katie further goes and lies on Sebastian, quoting that Sebastian will tell tidbits and pieces of a story to fit his narrative. No, he didn't, Katie. No, he did not. You lying sack of crap. She stated that she had, quote, no concerns that Mr. Proudfoot smacked Sebastian in the belly with intent to hurt him. No concerns at all. Okay? And then they closed the case again with no services needed, even though they did an FAST, which is an assessment on the whole entire family. All right, so let's go back to hindsight, because I think I've made my point 10 times over. Give me a second. Let me just rewind this back. I love how they put those big X's in there with that noise. It's hilarious. All right. Yeah, dirty pigfoot putting his pig hands all over Sebastian, that nasty, vile cretin. Subhuman is correct, in my opinion.
Questions, if I may. Have you ruled out Sebastian's mom's and stepdad's involvement in this case? And as a follow-up, have you cleared their alibi?
I think the TBI said it best. They've been nothing but cooperative with law enforcement since day one of this investigation. There is no evidence to support foul play on the part of Sebastian's parents.
So, I mean, the $1 million question, why did he go? And the other $1 million question is how.
Yeah, look at that face, too. Look at that. What a disgrace. No, the $1 million question is, how dare you? How dare you clean his drawers out of his unmentionables? How dare you put your pig hands on him? And how dare you scare him and antagonize him about something that he cannot control that was not his fault? Disgusting. Disgusting. And that's what he has to say for himself, folks, right there. Just, well, lied about the DCS reports. Lied about the DCS reports. And the gall to sit there and make that face too. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Meh. Look at him. Piece of crap. And he's looking right at Holly Thompson and lying to her face. But she has no problem getting up there and interviewing him every time there's some sort of an anniversary and these two crawl up out of the rock that they came from and decide that they're going to show their faces again. But I got something even better for you guys, because I highly doubt they're going to want to show their faces in their own community after their own community sees the front page newspaper. And just in case somebody missed it, well, guess what? Here it is. Here it is for you. It's in my shorts. Let's see. All right, let me pull this up for you. This article was written by Main Street Media. All right, and it says, Chris Gregory wrote this, Main Street Media. 2 years after teenager Sebastian Rogers disappeared from his Sumner County, Hendersonville home, the youth's father has filed federal lawsuits against the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and the Department of Child and Family Services. I hate to be a stickler, but you forgot about Sheriff Eric Craddock. You forgot about Detective Michael Brandon Carter. You forgot about the DCS workers that were named, right? Like Margie Quinn Laura Boswell, Richie, Amira Walker, like all of them. And then there's other Jane and John Does also, but whatever. The lawsuits claim that DCS failed to protect Rogers from a quote dangerous and abusive environment end quote, and that the sheriff's office conducted an quote inadequate, negligent, and ultimately abandoned the investigation. Rogers disappeared from the home he shared with his mother and stepfather, Katie and Chris Proudfoot, in February of 2024. According to the FBI, Rogers was last seen on February 25th, 2024, after returning home with his mother. The next morning, Katie Proudfoot found Sebastian missing from his room when she went to wake the then 14-year-old up for school. Well, we know now where they're getting that bullshit from, because they read the FBI release. That really wasn't from the FBI. It was from the TBI and Brandon Carter's words. We read that and went over that because that's a bull-faced lie. Sebastian was 15 when he went missing. Get it right already. Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father, claims in the lawsuit against DCS that the organization investigated the home twice but closed both cases, finding quote no concerns end quote, despite what Seth Rogers claims was a home where that was quote marked with physical abuse, emotional degradation, and a stepfather whom neighbors reported quote hated the child and wanted the child to die end quote. This is front page news, guys. Front page news. And it also you can see the filing on page A9. The lawsuit claims a 2022 DCS investigation documented fear on Sebastian's part that his stepfather would hurt him after Sebastian disclosed SA that allegedly occurred while the family lived in California. DCS launched a second investigation in 2023, according to the lawsuit, after allegations that the stepfather admitted to striking Sebastian in the stomach. And in the middle here, it says Sebastian Rogers' father sued DCS and the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, claiming both agencies failed to properly investigate the child's 2024 disappearance and allegations of abuse. And this is in the Hendersonville Standard, the Hendersonville local newspaper. And it also says it was published on Thursday, July 23rd, 2026. Now, this is the Gallatin News right here. Okay, and it states, and this is also Chris Gregory, who wrote this, right? And this is uh, Main Street Media, right? 2 years after teenager Sebastian Rogers disappeared from his Hendersonville home, the youth's father has filed a federal lawsuit against Sumner County Sheriff's Office and the Department of Child and Family Services, right? And it says the exact same thing that we just read, but I wanted you to see that it was in another news article from Gallatin newspaper, and you can see that lawsuit again on A9. And poor Sebastian, anybody that can look at Sebastian's face, hey Kylie Ray, and see that he never deserved to be so badly mistreated. And again, if you can't see that, there is no help for you or your soul. Go get a fucking cleansing or something. And, this is something that I ask all the time. I can't even remember where I saw this, but I made sure I got a screenshot of it. Lord, if I'm chasing the wrong things, redirect me. Proverbs 3:5-6. Okay? Because I often ask for guidance, like daily, maybe sometimes multiple times a day with this, especially with this, because I'm so sick of the gaslighting. And everybody else should be too. And also, guys, I want to go back right here. Right here. Now, this is the factual allegations that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' history of abuse and vulnerability were known to law enforcement. Yes, that includes you, Detective Brandon Carter, you, Sheriff Eric Snuggles Struggles Craddock. That's you two. That's the entire Sumner County Sheriff's Office. It's all of you. And the locals need to know, Babs. The locals have no idea what is happening in their area if they are not on YouTube, which is terrible. It is utterly despicable. I know, Kylie, that piece, that pie, that is Lauren on Facebook, by the way. Just absolutely perfect for this. Just absolutely perfect for this. Yeah, look at her flushed red boozer face. Have some tequila, KP. Right? She makes me want to freaking pour a big double margarita. She makes me want a pitcher of a margarita and a straw, for crying out loud. Pie foot. Oh my God. It's just unbelievable. Yeah, but she says she doesn't, She says she does at Liberty, but we all know. I mean, it's like very obvious, and now the community knows. Yeah. Yes, I know. No, I get it, Valley Gal, but I think it's huge that it's even in the newspaper, right? Because they do still have them out and around. And if somebody goes over and takes a little gander, a little glance and sees that, well, now you know. Now you can't say that you have the best, you live in the best place on earth, or that, Sheriff Craddock is such a great, wonderful guy. No, you can't say that. That he should have replaced Sonny Weatherford as sheriff. That he's the best man for the job. And I saw a lot of people tonight asking as well, like, oh, when is this sheriff, going to be up for reelection? Well, it's he is up for reelection, but the problem is that he's running unopposed like he did the first time. There's no one running against him. It's online too. It's definitely all over online, Robini. It is absolutely all over online. But here's the thing, not everybody is online. There's still people that read the newspapers. There's still older folks that read the newspapers because it's what they're used to, that are not online. And Katie did allow for all of it. That's why she needs to take a little snack too with her humble pie, right? Somebody's eating crow, she needs to get her a plate, in my opinion. All right. And then we have another disgrace to law enforcement that I'd like to bring up here. And this is in my opinion. This is nobody else's opinion, right? This is nobody else's opinion but my own. But when I went over and I listened to this crap, I was completely appalled because I thought to myself, I remember watching Seth's Live where Jennifer Coffindaffer had him on her panel and she wasn't saying this shit to Seth's face. And so I went back and I watched her live stream again because I thought maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe I didn't hear things right. Maybe I was, just listening and doing, and I was also working on stuff, but I was listening and I was also very, very sick at that time. And I thought maybe I missed something. No, she didn't say any of this stuff to Seth's face. As a matter of fact, she waited until she was having, quote, StreamYard issues, and he was kicked from the panel for her to start talking all this shit, is what really went down. And I have a video that I'm working on, and I will have it dropped for you guys so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. But I figured, I'll make a little short for you guys to look at in the meantime. Because, yeah, it was disgraceful. And she didn't even read the paperwork. And I want to show you guys that too. She was expecting to just get an interview with Seth Rogers and have him do all the fucking dirty work. No offense, Seth. I'm sorry. I'm just very pissed off right now. Have him do all the talking and she just sits back and says, oh, oh, taking her glasses on, taking them off, putting them back on her face, taking them off. Oh, fucking ass clown, man. I don't know where you got your FBI badge, but I'm pretty sure you pulled it from a Cracker Jack box.
And everybody might have seen, I had Seth on here, and we talked about his lawsuit. And I still have not read the totality of it.
That's what she said to Seth when he was on the panel. I still haven't read the totality of it. It's high time you did. Especially when you're going to invite somebody up on your panel to talk about it. Don't you think that that's something that you should do to be prepared? Oh, Bo, I am just beyond upset. It's horrible. It's just, but thanks, Bo. I mean, it's just like horrible. Yeah, exactly. She needs to have it. What's her email? I'll send her the filings and say, read them. These are not outlines. It's another thing. She was like, oh, well, I didn't do a Freedom of Information Act on this. There is no Freedom of Information Act. It's called go on Pacer and sign up for an account on Pacer and then pay for them. But no, you want to collect all of the money on the back of a missing child and not pay for anything, not get the documents or anything. Yet here is a bunch of YouTubers who barely get the kinds of views or recognition or anything that you get, and you can't even muster a couple bucks up to get these. You're disgusting. You are a disgrace. It is absolutely sickening to me. Because yes, you go on Pacer, and I can't believe I have to explain this to you. You go on to pacer.com and you have to sign up, and they charge you per page. And then you pay per page and they send you the documents. You nincompoop. You're lucky I'm trying not to swear, or I'd tear you a new one.
Look, that case is haunting.
Haunting to who? How are you feeling bad for you right now when we have a father who is going on every single platform and his own to talk about his missing son? You're haunted? Think about how he has to feel tonight when Sebastian's not there to do the regular things that they usually do on a Friday night. And Saturday morning when he's used to getting up and tickling Sebastian to wake him up, because that's what dads do. That's what a good dad who loves his kids do, because I had a dad like that. And he's not there. How do you think it makes him feel? You are sickening. And I'm sick of people like you taking advantage of Sebastian in this case. You are a disgrace and you're disgusting. And I just want to shout out our good friend NorCal SoGal for asking about Sebastian. And that's the reason why this complete idiot even said anything about Sebastian.
I really believe, well, I think I know what happened to that child.
Oh, okay. I really believe, I think I know what happened to that child. Well, if you think you believe or think you know what really happened to that child, why are you not calling your little buddies over at the FBI who are still active? Why are you not getting every single resource together that you can? Oh, wait, I forgot. You told Seth that you were posting a whole bunch of stuff on X. Yeah, that's real fucking professional. You know what? That makes you just like any of us that post on our social media platforms. The only difference is you have a whole hell of a lot more pull than we do. So what are you doing with it, Jen Coffindaffer? Or are you just sitting up there having a pity party feeling bad for yourself? You make me sick. And you got a side eye right there.
And he didn't walk away.
Oh, and he didn't walk away. Oh, boo friggity who. What about Sebastian and you're doing nothing? Performative. This is her best Meryl Streep. Here, let's watch that again.
I know what happened to that child. And he didn't walk away.
I think it's funny that there was no hair in her eyes or in her face, but yet she did that and covered her face like all dramatic, like she actually gives a flying Fukushima.
Having said that, I do not think his lawsuit will be successful against the police.
Okay, so this case haunts you. You sat up on the panel when Seth was on there to his face and told him that that Sebastian was failed, that he was failed, that you can't believe the police did any of this. And then the minute that you think none of us are watching, you pull some shit like this.
Because they have certain immunities, and I just don't think it's going to be successful.
I just don't think it's going to be successful. Really? Why not, Jen Coffindaffer? Why? Because you're not willing to put your neck on the line to do anything about it? That's why you don't think it's going to be successful? Or is it because you're just a big fat naysayer and you really don't give a shit what happens in this case? You just like making the money off of it. You sick ass bitch.
Now, when it comes to DCS, which is what it's called, I had to think about what it's called there because every state, some states it's CPS, some states it's DCS, and there's various acronyms. But I don't know about that one because.
Well, you know what? You need to get it right, Jennifer Coffindaffer, because, you know, it's funny that you're so well versed in all of these different agencies and acronyms and so on and so forth, but you can't get it right any which way you slice it. Hey, Ashmanji, good to see ya. You know? What the hell is wrong with you? Again, it's just despicable. Oh, let me think real hard. Don't hurt yourself.
I don't know about that one because I think they withheld a lot of information from him that he was allowed to know as his joint guardian. And I truly do believe also that maybe some of that information would have changed him getting Sebastian sooner.
You think? You think? Do you think if they would have notified his father wouldn't have had him that night? Look, if a child is taken out of a home by DCS, they have every single right to place that child anywhere they choose to. And they could have chosen to put him with his father, Seth Rogers, and they neglected to do so. Instead, they kept him in the very home that was dangerous and scary to him. So, I don't know. What do you know? What do you know? And it's like Crybaby says, that was earth-shattering. Tell us something we don't know, dummy. Exactly, but she wants to act like she's got the inside scoop. Well, then do something about it. With great power comes great responsibility. How about having some of your buddies who have immunity? Why don't you hold their feet to the fire and get them some accountability? That is so much needed and necessary here.
And that might have saved his life.
Oh my God, that might have saved his life. I'm going to go ahead. That's exactly what his father said on your panel, by the way. Just, she fucking killed it in less than, I think it's a minute and 30 seconds.
All right.
All right, moving right along to the next case that I'm going to exploit. All right. So that's what I think of you and your bullshit comment that you made. And there's more to come on you because I'm tired of your bullshit. The last time you came out, you said that Sebastian's case was dead on the vine. Well, guess what? I can go into Justin's chat and see almost 1,000, I think he had over 1,000 people who were very interested in hearing about Sebastian's case. Same goes for when I was in Chasings, and I was sicker than a dog when I was in her on her channel because she was reading the paperwork and I could barely get out of bed. So I just sat there and played it with my earbud in, listening to her read it to me, right? Read it to everybody, but I'm sitting there listening to it. But you couldn't be bothered. You couldn't be bothered. And then you don't even apologize to Seth publicly, which you should have, and you still need to. That you said that about his son's case. That you said that about Sebastian. Oh, it's haunting you? But you said it was dead on the vine. That was you basically saying that you don't give a shit about it. That it's dead. Oh, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. Oh, about Nancy Guthrie, because that's the hot case right now. No, that's bullshit. Hey, Scarlett, that's bullshit. And you know it. And if you don't know it, then you better get familiar with it, because no parent should have to deal with that bullshit. But, Seth puts his son first, not his feelings, not his thoughts, not his opinions. He doesn't even hold things against people. He will still get up there and do it. Because if it was me, I'd have told you to fuck off 10 ways to Sunday and to never contact me again. That's how I would have handled it. You're damn lucky. Sorry, not sorry. And I would expect you to do the same thing for your kids, right? Because you're a mother, aren't you, Jen Coffindaffer? You're a mother too, aren't you? So how dare you say that? How dare you say that? But wait, right when something hot comes out about the case, you want Seth to come on your panel. Well, I'll be damned. I will just sit here baffled over your behavior, over your lack of empathy or care. And when you say this case is so haunting, what a crock of shit. Save it. Save it. You know, your former employee, thank you, Robini, has a $50,000 reward. And you're getting out there and you're telling people his case is dead on the vine. Yet they have a $50,000 reward out for Sebastian's safe return. And I'm really very sick of people like you who have no evidence to support that Sebastian is not alive anymore, to sit there and push your own fucking narrative when you have no proof whatsoever. You don't know, neither do I, neither does anybody else. And that's the hell of it, because 2.5 years later, in the year of 2026, we do not have any evidence, even in 2024, with the technology used. Unbelievable. And she is so full of shit. I can smell her still, Detroit. I can still smell her stink. Absolutely gross. Thank you, Love Mama Love, for those jewels. I appreciate that very, very much. And I'm sorry, guys. I am just so pissed. You know, this is a definite viewer discretion advised times 10. Because if you can't handle it, then get out of the kitchen. You know, but cooking up your own bunch of bullshit isn't right either. Stick to the facts of the case, Jennifer. Unless you know more than you're letting on, which I doubt that. I can't believe anybody would work with you, let alone give you any type of information when you can't even be a free and critical thinker for yourself. And Crazy Buck says, didn't she say she believed those 3 a.m. lights back in the day? Because I think that's when I stopped listening to her. Well, yeah, Crazy Buck. Here's the thing. She even had Chris from Mob Crew on her channel, and he took the time out to get on her panel and talk with her and explain everything to her in detail. And then she sits there and says a couple of months later that those lights don't have any evidentiary value. So what? You were just entertaining it for the fun of it? Because I'm pretty sure that, I mean, I don't know Chris from Mob Crew, but I'm pretty sure he wouldn't think that that was, you know, something that he's taken lightly. He's worked his ass off on that. And just because I don't agree with him on everything, I will still absolutely always stand by that. Because here's the difference between me and Jennifer Coffindaffer. I stand for something. So I don't just fall for anything. But with her, it's just like, oh, I don't know. Oh, let me take my glasses off and put them back on again. Friggin' dumb. You know? She had to have Ash Manji, because I know she didn't get it from, I mean, I don't even know how she made it past step 1. Not with the attitude that she has, not with the way that she acts, you know? It's awful. It is so awful. You know, and I just can't believe it. I can't believe she would do Sebastian that way. I can't believe she would do Chris that way. You know what I mean? Like, how much work did he put into that? It's a lot, guys. Doing the overlays, making sure they're just right, making sure that he's going over and over and over this footage, making sure he doesn't miss anything. He also had to piece this shit together. It wasn't like we just had this footage that we could work with, right? that just any of us could have taken it and worked with it. That's not how it works. Not at all. As a matter of fact, it takes a lot of meticulous work to put all of those pieces together. It was so fragmented. It was three or four different pieces of video footage, and one of them was cropped in and taken from a cell phone. Like, so the footage was on somebody else's camera system, and then somebody else took their cell phone and recorded it from their cell phone, and that's what he had to work with. And she has the gall to just shit all over his hard work. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And let's not forget that they brought in all of these resources from other places, excuse me, other places to search for Sebastian. It wasn't just Sumner County that was involved in this. I mean, they brought in the troops to go door to door to search for Sebastian. All the while, they knew that they had the people of interest because they had that documentation, those CPS reports, the CPIT stuff, the proceedings from juvenile court, the DCS records that indicated that there was evidence of foul play, but they did nothing. Unbelievable. Yeah, love, mama, love. I just can't anymore with this. It's so infuriating. And then to see people in there treating Seth the way that they were because they didn't like who he chose to have on his panel. Well, where the fudge were they? Where were they at? Were they outside the Sumner County Sheriff's Office? Because I remember when Seth was outside the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, Jen and Jeff were out there with him. And I remember a lot of our good friends were out there with him, and they decided to go and show support. So where were the trolls? Oh, I forgot. They're at home behind their keyboard, typing away. Yeah, her brother, Bo, this is a great point. Her brother is autistic, and Sebastian reminds her of her brother. I mean, come on, give me a break. So why flip? Exactly. So if you have a person in your family who has autism, then you know exactly what is happening here. You know exactly how sensitive the situation is. You know exactly how vulnerable Sebastian is. It's a spectrum, yes, don't get me wrong. But there are mannerisms that translate over. That's why there's so many people that are so interested in helping to find Sebastian, because they understand how vulnerable he is. They understand that he needs us all. They understand how horribly failed he's been by all of these different systems who were supposed to be there to protect and serve him, and needs that he was having, and how brave it was for him to come forward. And they did nothing. Yeah, cooking a shit sandwich tonight. Oh my goodness. Yeah. She did dismiss his case over a year ago, Babs. She did. And what I did is I chalked it up to like, okay, maybe somebody talked to her. Maybe she's gotten threatened. Maybe, because those are always my first thoughts. Because look, I've been there. I've been threatened. I've been, you name it. It's still happening to this day. Right? I'm looking at taking legal action yet again. And so I thought maybe, right? Maybe she's going through it. Maybe she doesn't, maybe she's scared. She doesn't want to talk about it anymore. She wants to backtrack, but really in reality, it wasn't that. It was that she wanted to get more clicks and views. She wanted to get more followers. She wanted to be popular. Well, guess what? I could give a fuck about a popularity contest. If you're not about the victims, then you don't belong over here. And I'm sorry, you know, I mean, there's plenty of places that like to exploit people. There's plenty of places that think it's funny, that want to, you know, use Chris Proudfoot on their merch and, you know, use a voiceover for him and from him and everything else. Go over there. You'll fit in perfectly. But it's just not a good fit over here. No hate. Be blessed, but stay the fuck away from me. Period. I don't need it. And neither does Sebastian, quite frankly. Seth needs all of the support that he can get. And, you know, it just really breaks my heart when I see Seth being like, I'm sorry, I just have to, you know, get my thoughts together. You know? If you have no, again, reaction to that and not even a little smidge of sympathy or empathy for a father that's really, really going through it, then again, I can't help you. You need professional help. You need Jesus. You need church. Maybe you need dunked in some fucking holy water or something. I can't help you. I just want to know how she lost her job. I bet she didn't just retire, in my honest opinion. You know, I don't know, Detroit, but I know that she has caused a lot of fuckery in other cases. And I'll just say that because after she did that, it wasn't when she flipped in the, like Babs was saying, like a year ago or over a year ago. It was what just recently when she was talking about how Sebastian's case is dead on the vine. So I also would like to know when she posted those posts on X. So she said she posted several of them. Why would you do that if you think Sebastian's case is dead on the vine? Was it because you felt like shit because Jen told you that you need to be the change that you want to see? Because, I mean, at least you can, you know, at least you tried after the fact. But again, I'll have to do some research and figure that out because I'm really curious. And about both of these things, right? Like when she decided to start posting like mad on X so she can pat herself on the back on her show. Oh, well, I talk about Sebastian monthly and sometimes weekly. So what? You should be. You should be. She seemed kind of buzzed. Maybe she is. Maybe she's got an issue. But that's not Sebastian's fault, you know? Wow, boy, I didn't know that. You would think she'd stick with it then. Yeah. You would think. You would think. There's so many people that have worked their butts off. You know, and it's been a joint effort. Just like I said, hindsight and BMW Coupe, you know, they put that those shorts out and stuff like that. You know, it takes a lot of time and it is horrible to have to sit there and edit Chris Proudfoot. It'll really ruin somebody's day. If somebody didn't piss in your Cheerios, here he comes to do it. I'll tell you what, because there's been times where I've just had to take a break from it. And that's what's hard about trying to figure out this alibi crap and everything that was going on. Because it's utterly disgusting. And if it doesn't disgust you, then again, I can't help you. You're not going to be a part of the tribe over here. Because this tribe, we care about people. This tribe, we're not here just to do what everybody else tells us to do. Oh, well, so this person doesn't like me, so I'm going to, you know, do this. Or, you know, I'll have a lot more viewers if I just go with this narrative. No. It's about the victims and what actually happened to them. And this whole entire time, every one of you guys has known that we're being gaslit, that we are being manipulated, that we're being lied to. And you've stuck with it. And you dug your heels in. You're like, no, I'm not going to let it happen. We are not going to let this happen. Sebastian deserves better. And each and every one of you has worked your butt off. And Bo, you've worked your butt off. You know, nobody is going to get a medal or a cookie at the end of the day. But the least we can do is support each other and stop with the bullshit. because that's what this is. It's bullshit. And I'll call it out. I don't care who it is. I don't give a shit if you've worked every single day in and day out, and then one day you just decide to flip your shit. I'm going to call it out because it's not right. Sebastian deserves better, you know? And I've had to do that, and I've had to bear the brunt of it, and I did. And I always will, because it's not about me. Yeah, Valley Gale says, I get it, but so many flipped at that time. Why? Well, I mean, you had Doug Bishop with Adventures with Purpose, who, you know, everybody knows who he is. I've followed them for a long time before all this. I thought they were good people, you know, but then Jared comes out and there's this scandal and all this stuff going on, you know, and then Doug Bishop, you know, took himself away from that, was like, hey, I don't want no part of that, which again, I applaud him for doing it. It takes a very strong person to say, you know what? I want nothing to do with that. I have morals and values and I'm sticking to those. But then for some reason, he decides that he's going to get in on Sebastian's case and say that, oh, this isn't true or that isn't true. And after she had him up on the panel, that's when all that shit started. So again, sorry, not sorry. You want to do fuck shit? I'm going to call you out on it. I don't care if you're Doug Bishop. I don't care if you're the bishop. I don't care if you're the Pope. I don't care if you're the cardinal. Do what's right. Do the right thing, or I will say something about it. I'm not afraid. It makes no difference to me. If it's wrong, it's wrong. That's it. You know, and I don't know why. I don't know why these people can look at a case like Kyron Horman's case and be like so spot on with their analysis and have that detective cap on. And I don't know why they choose to remove it and lose their ever-loving mind when it comes to Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, other than the fact that they're scared. That's my only thought process. Because I know what I've been through. I've watched what Seth has gone through. I've watched what others have gone through. So that's the only thing I can think of. Look at the United Cajun Navy. The vice president came out and said that it's a security risk and that there's people out there that don't want Sebastian to be found. You know? Yes, Janet. And I wish people would do that too. You know? Just speak from your heart, and all the truth is coming out now. You know? And if it doesn't get your heart, again, I don't know what to say. It's like, I can't help you. I'm not a psychiatrist. I didn't know she had a new video. Do I even want to see it? She wasn't even talking about Sebastian, Babs. It was just it was like a Q&A or something. And one of Sebastian's army was in the chat, and they asked the question about Sebastian. And that's what she chose to say. And she did the thing where she takes off her glasses and she puts them back on for dramatic effect, and takes them off and puts them on again, and messes with her hair and, you know, all this shit. You know, and then she puts her glasses back on and says, okay, now we're going to go back to what we were talking about before. Now that I've disparaged Sebastian's case and his father's efforts, and now I'm ready to go back to Nancy Guthrie or whatever the fuck else she's talking about. I don't really care. I really don't. I see no value in a person like that. I don't care if you're on the FBI for 1,000,000 years. The fact that you could act over dramatic and just like an actress, a bad one at that, you know? Crybaby Walker says she quit her job and left the hood because she was so afraid of people hurting her and the threats. Yeah, okay, big girl. See, well, then that makes me think that's why she flipped, Crybaby Walker. If that's true, then that means that she buckles under pressure. If that's true, then she doesn't stand on anything, any convictions. She has no morals, no values. She has no grit. She has no fight. I'm sorry, I lost respect. You got to earn it. And I didn't respect her before this, but I gave her a little bit because she was covering Sebastian. And anybody that covers and supports Sebastian, I will support them. When I have a wrench in Seth's chat, I represent. When I'm wearing Sebastian's t-shirt, I represent. I don't go out and do fuck shit while I'm wearing that. Are you kidding me? So she needs to have the same respect, but she has none. She obviously doesn't respect herself if this is true, which I believe you, but of course I have to say allegedly. Yeah, where's Vinny and Nancy Grace now? Not talking about Sebastian. They're not. They haven't mentioned the lawsuit at all. Even though Nancy Grace was lied to by Chris Proudfoot and we're using her interview with him in order to debunk all of the stuff that's in this filing, right? In order to show, also debunk and also show that Chris Proudfoot was lying. Well, why did you hit Sebastian with the belt? Well, I don't remember exactly. It was one lick and on the buttocks, and you fucking asshole. And then, he's talking about Sebastian has problems at school with socialization, and that's why he hit him with the belt. And then here's Katie, or lying about doing work, and that was several years ago. And then Chris, I didn't know you were talking to me, Nancy. Oh, that was several years ago. No, it wasn't. Why'd you say, mind you, 15-year-old child? Because all of the abuse that we have documented is from September of 22 and May of 23. So how is that years ago? It wasn't years ago. It was 2 years before Sebastian became a ninja, in your words. But nobody says anything. Right? Because what? They're afraid of getting sued? You cannot get sued if it's the truth. Now, if you're going to get up there and lie on somebody, then that's defamation, slander, and you're libel. So you can get in trouble for that. Right? Not allowed to do that. But if they were to come up there and bring the facts that are cited in this paperwork, then they would be completely within their right to cover it. But they're choosing not to. But why? What about Sebastian? Y'all were right there for it when you thought you were going to get a bunch of views and clicks and likes and shares. Where are you guys all at? Bunch of yellow-bellied cowards. When she said dead on the vine, I freaking lost it. Detroit, I know. Me too. I couldn't believe she said that. I couldn't believe it. And believe me, that's going to be in the video. That's going to be in the video. She wants to say it, then she's going to be accountable for what she said. In my eyes, it's not fair to do that to Sebastian. He does not deserve it. Enough is enough. He has gone through enough. And that's not even considering what he's gone through over the past 2.5 years. Yeah, her eyes are all glazed over. Just hope. I hope it's only a matter of time too, Bo. No, that one was like about a month or two ago, Babs, the one where she said his case is dead on the vine. As a matter of fact, I did a video on that. Because I don't want to play anything straight from her, because I don't want her to try to come after my channel because of her bullshit. Because she should be embarrassed. I don't know if she's embarrassed, but she should be. Don't take it out on me. You're the one that said it. Let's see. It was before Javea. Okay, I know I did a live about it. I'm sorry, guys. Let me pull it up for you. Um, and I'm quite behind in chat. Janet, it's just a disgrace. Rosebud says if you look at her history, she really didn't have any involvement with missing persons cases while she was in the FBI. She was more of a counterintelligence for drug cartels and gangs, in my opinion. She's an analyst. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, she's fucking corny as hell. She's corny as hell. She's like a boomer who needs to to have his internet taken away. Right? Exactly. Exactly. She needs to be in a corner for a minute. She needs to go hang out with Chris Proudfoot and tell me how she feels afterwards. You know? Yeah, Liberty. I don't think she does either, apparently. Don't let them get to you. That's what for whatever effed up reason they're playing stupid game. Yeah, they are. They are. They're winning stupid prizes too. They are sick, sad, and never going anywhere. Walk on by and let this boy get found. Yeah, Valley Gal, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It's all compounded. You know. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Robini. Lady, there's a link for an article to LA Magazine posted Seth and Sebastian's story in Discord. Thank you so much. I'm going to go grab it up. Hey, Coffee Crime and Cats. Thank you guys so much. And that's what I mean. I'm never going to, hey, YouTuber is here. I'm never going to be the one to be like, oh, I've done this all on my own because I couldn't do it without you guys. I couldn't ever in a million years. And all of you know exactly who I'm talking about because it's anybody who's ever sent me information, anybody who's ever been in the chat, bringing the facts, anybody who's shared anything out, all the petitions that we have signed, right, and helped out with. You guys all know who you are and what you've done, and you've directly affected things in a positive way, and that's all that we can ask for. That is all that we can ask for. All right, give me a second here because I know I put her in my thumbnail. Okay, here we go. 2 months ago. So it was 2 months ago. Oh, sorry. Okay, hold on. I got an ad for Lego Festival, which sounds like a lot of fun. All right. Let me go ahead. Oh, that's right. Okay, that's why I didn't make a separate video because Jen did a live on it. And we reviewed Jen's live. Okay, so hold on a second. Okay. Let me pull this in. I'm going to step away and warm up my coffee because I need a bit of a breather. Hey, all that is unseen. Thank you for the jewels. Thank you guys. And if I've missed anything in here tonight, I appreciate you guys so much. Anytime you guys help support the channel, anyway, just liking, engaging, all of that. It just means the world to me. It does. Too. Because you guys weren't. Oh, sorry. Hold on. I'm sitting here talking. All right, hold on. Here we go. That she. Oh God,
I can actually go.
Here we go. Okay, sorry.
I'm actually calling her in to be what she wants to see and to work with those of us that continuously advocate for the missing children. Okay. So I want you to see what I'm talking about. Okay. I just want you to see what I'm talking about real quick. I want you to hear what she said this morning. And I'm so glad that I called it this morning. Here's what she said, guys.
I can actually go 10 minutes and find stuff you wouldn't believe, because there are encampments, there are, people leaving clothing behind like this. I don't even know. Well, I do know because I saw who called it a pajama top to begin with. Yeah, I don't know if you want to call this a pajama top. 30 minutes away, it's just not significant. I'm not going to spend much more time on it. All I'm going to say is consider the source. Consider.
We're about to consider you. We're about to consider the source. Trust me. Yeah, I'll be working on that. Don't you worry.
The information, how far it is away. And again, I'll caveat this by saying streamers bring focus on cases and help them not to die. I'll call your attention to a case that will forever haunt me, how that case ended. And that is the Sebastian Rogers case.
It will forever haunt her how this case ended. This case is not over with. And we love our boomers. It just makes me laugh when Holly says the boomers, because it just cracks me up. But no, I mean, we're all a little inept, right? Boomers. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. Boomer says 60 to 80 or 62 to 80. Look. So, thank you, Love Mama Love. But yeah, listen to her. How his case ended? It didn't end. Right, Bo? I mean, how could she even say it? How could she even say that? She is spreading misinformation. Ugh, gross. I'm sorry. I'll let her speak.
And now, since the spokesperson for Sebastian Rogers on the part of the father is deceased with a horrible heart attack that happened in the early mornings a couple of weeks ago, that case is just dead on the vine. Anyway, and nobody's in front of the Proudfoot home anymore. Nobody has kept.
Nope. All right. So that's what she said. But I'll make sure that I go over and put this into a video. But that's what she said. Oh, and then she's also inciting us to go in front of the Proudfoot residence, which none of us were ever in front of there before. People were driving by, right? Because they were like astonished that there was no cameras. No end yet, Lori. And God, I wish that we could be like, oh, great, Sebastian's been found. Right? Now it's time for justice. It doesn't even end when he's found. That's the goal, though. But then he needs justice any way we slice it. If they've been holding him, if he's been in a medical facility because maybe they're studying his chromosome deletion. Jen brought that up, and that wasn't the first time that her and I have talked about that. But here she is doing research, and when she looks at her maps and things like that, and she's going over that, that's something that came up and stood out to her, Aw, thank you, YouTuber. I don't know how the jewels work either, but I just love you guys for sending them, because I think it definitely helps us support the channel in some way. Yeah, she called him Roberts, Ash Manji, for crying out loud. She calls him Roberts. Like, oh, tell me you don't give a shit without telling me you don't give a shit. I mean, it's just absolutely awful. And that's why I'm so upset about this, Detroit says I'm a hippie. I inherited from my parents. Well, that's what's funny about us talking about the peace signs and stuff like that, right? Because I'm like that too. With the hippie love, peace, love, and happiness, right? But not so much today. It's gonna be like peace, love, and try not to hurt anybody. In front of the Proudfoot home. Why would anyone be there? I know exactly, Holly, especially when Chris Proudfoot doesn't even want his neighbors going past his house. He doesn't even want a private investigator to come to the house. Otherwise, he's going to scream and yell at her and berate her. I mean, no, Aw, Robini, that's awesome. Robini says my fiance is a hippie. You know, can you imagine by Detroit? Detroit says, can you imagine being raised by Catholic hippies? That's too funny. I'm telling you, listening device outside of their location. Love, mama, love. You know, but I mean, here's the thing: when we do a protest, we're not even gonna do it there. You know, what is that really gonna do? You know, and by the way, if she wants to do that, why doesn't she bring her ass out there and do it? Why is she telling everybody else to do it and she's never showed up? She wasn't at the gathering. She wasn't at any of the vigils. You know, she's she barely covers Sebastian's case. She just does it when it's convenient for her. You know, forever haunt her. She dropped the case over a year ago. Exactly, Babs. But she keeps on saying it like that as if it's just wearing on her so badly. And it's like, it can't possibly be so, though, because you wouldn't be acting like this and you certainly wouldn't be talking like this. Holly says, I need to find out what she did in these other cases. I remember it was a lot of problems and chaos. Specifically, what I can remember off the top of my head was Karen Reed's case. She was doing a lot of fuckery in that case and inserting herself in that case, is what I understand, you know, from to the best of my knowledge. So, yeah, just thought I would clarify as long as we are not dead on the vine, right? Exactly. Exactly. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. So, yeah, she's saying that she thinks that Sebastian is no longer here, and she even asked Seth that. I watched it again today, and I'm like, or this morning, that is after the live and stuff, because I went over, watched the timestamp that old Miss Sharon gave me, right, and then listened to that, and then I was like, what? And then I'm like, well, let me go back and listen to the live to make sure that I'm remembering it correctly, right? Because I don't remember her. But then I did forget that she had asked Seth, like, oh, you really think he's alive still, huh? And it's like, well, duh. I mean, again, where have you been? Where have you been? Oh gosh, Ashman, she said, could you imagine if the P10 people were outside the foot home? Oh my goodness. Well, you know, it were like in like Brian Laundrie, his parent outside of his parents' house, but his neighbors were accepting money for the news, or excuse me, for the media, right? Like even Brian Enton, to be out there and like camping out, camping out over there, you know. But that never happened in Sebastian's case. I mean, because those neighbors, in my opinion, a lot of them are, you know, Team Proudfoot. I mean, let's be honest. None of them have shown the camera footage to Seth, but they showed it to Chris and Katie. I mean, and again, I have to say that in the beginning, maybe if that was my neighbor, I would probably show them too. Um, you know, unless I was the neighbors that allegedly called on CPS, which we've heard that too. Um, you know, I might do that too, because you're trying to, as a mom, you're trying to help your neighbor, another mom, find her missing child. And at that point, even if you don't care for her, you're still trying to help find Sebastian, right? So I mean, that kind of goes out the window in my opinion. Like, there's a missing child, you need to put your own shit aside and your own, you know, feelings aside about somebody else and help them find their child. So even if you don't like Proudfoot or Katie, then you're still gonna, you know, show them that to help the situation. But to act like Sebastian didn't have a father, I mean, they had to have seen him picking Sebastian up every other weekend. Are you gonna gather in this summer heat? No, I know exactly. Oh, exactly. You know, I mean, I would, if you know, if there was an opportunity to do that, I would. You know, because here's the thing. It doesn't matter if it's hot, cold, raining, monsooning. I don't care. The pressure needs to be on. The pressure needs to be on. And I wish that more local people would decide to get together and do that, but if I have to come from Florida and do it, I will do it, you know. So she's just talking out of her ass again. Like I said, Cinderella, you know. All right, Miss Sharon, thank you. Yeah, the spokesperson is deceased. Tony, God rest his soul. She starts out with that, Babs. It's so insensitive. It's so insensitive. Why don't we just pour salt in the open wound, Jennifer Cavendaver? Jerk. No couth, no sense, no heart, no soul, in my opinion. Go on. Yeah, she can't even get her shit together or straight. Love Mama Love says guilty people like KP and CP, CB, TB are no show at any of those functions because they're damn guilty, in my opinion. And I can't even argue that, because that's exactly what I think of Love Mama Love when I see these behaviors, when I see the lack of care or compassion. I can't even say when was the last time. When have we ever witnessed Kathy and Terry Bowersocks come out and speak publicly about their missing grandson? Never. You know who I saw spoke publicly about their missing grandson? Wayne and Robin Rogers. Yes, I did. I saw them at a vigil speaking publicly. I saw them on the news speaking publicly. Where is Kathy and Terry Bowersocks? Guilty, in my opinion, because they are a no-show at these functions. A no-show. They have never come out and said, please find our grandson. We are beside ourselves. We don't know where he is. As a matter of fact, I have a Facebook post that I will share with you guys. I'll show it to you, and I'm sure you've seen it. It's been circulating around. But it talks about, it's Kathy Bowersock saying there's a missing boy in the beach area, and she posted that on her Facebook. Didn't say my grandson Sebastian is missing, please help me find him, because she didn't think of him like a grandson. She didn't treat him like a grandson, because she's just like Stepfoot. She's abusive. She's horrible. We don't call her Cruella for nothing. We do not call her Cruella for nothing. But I do remember that when JLR was driving through the Proudfoot neighborhood, they accosted JLR and was asking him what he's doing there and what he wants. Didn't say, well, I appreciate you coming out and trying to find our grandson. I realize you're here because he's missing. Is there anything that we can help you with? Is there any information that we can give you that may help you while you're searching for him? Nothing. And I'm not saying that I think JLR is a good person. I'm not saying that. We heard what Seth had to say tonight. But what I'm saying is they should have acted normal, and they didn't. So I agree with you, Love Mama Love. Well said. Just pisses me off so bad. Dead on the Vine. I can't believe she said it, Babs. I cannot believe she said it. But she did. It is so sad. And Tony was a very, very good person. Very good person. If Miss Coffin Duffer thinks Sebastian's case is dead on the vine, she needs to tell us why. Well, that's a good point. Maybe something to do with Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Well, and she talked about knowing that there were failures, but she wanted Seth to describe them because she didn't read the filing. So I don't know what is going on in her little pea brain, but it's definitely not anything smart or anything productive, because if it was, she would have at least read that filing and been prepared. Seth's time is very valuable, by the way, Coffin Duffer. I like that YouTuber, Coffin Duffer. What in the Fukushima are you thinking? Because last time I checked, you were supposed to be on Team Sebastian. You were supposed to be helping to spread awareness for him. I mean, no wonder Seth doesn't have any faith in law enforcement. I certainly don't have any anymore. And I've sat up here night after night giving the benefit of the doubt, saying I'm very reluctant to think that Sumner County had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance. Well, I stand corrected, because they might not have had direct involvement, but they certainly turned the other way, and they certainly turned a blind eye, and they certainly didn't try to look for him. And they certainly knew the whole circumstances, and they're going to get up there and tell us that there's no evidence of foul play, even though they know more information than we do. I mean, look, these filings are just the tip of the iceberg, but they know everything. They know everything, you know? And Kylie Ray says, especially when Mob Crew has a video of Chris Carr pulling someone up in their car up the street and videoing them and saying, here, we have an unfamiliar car driving up our streets. Oh, well, I mean, it doesn't surprise me, Kylie Ray, and that's why, because I've not seen that. I'm sorry, I just took a minute to think, did I ever see that? Because I haven't seen that. I'll have to go check it out. Yeah, they don't want people around in their neighborhood. Chris, that was something that Chris was not lying about. That's why I said Chris was telling the truth when he was talking to Jules and when he was talking about the Heather PI showing up to the house to talk to them. He called it trespassing and said his neighbors told him about it. Well, I can think of one neighbor that I know would have told him about it. And it's that house on the corner right across from the one on Kellen that got the lights video footage. It's the one right there. Because that woman stopped me and started demanding, and I have 2 witnesses to that, by the way, started demanding that I erase the footage that I got of the neighborhood, telling me to get out of their neighborhood and that Sebastian isn't here and he's not coming back, and telling me they were going to get my channel demonetized and taken off of YouTube, and that they were going to copyright strike me for using the footage that I took off of my phone. That's how stupid those people are, because they don't know what a copyright strike is. But they do know enough about trying to take somebody's channel down, and that's concerning. Because what they should be worried about is finding Sebastian. What they should be worried about is that a child went missing from their little neighborhood and, quote, vanish without a trace. But they're not. Because in my opinion, they all know that Chris and Katie Proudfoot did a handoff with Sebastian, and that's why they're not worried about it. They're not worried about their kids because they know that Chris Proudfoot, quote, hated Sebastian and wanted him not to live anymore, end quote. Right? But it was put a lot more harshly than that. So they already know that. They already know that because they're the ones that reported it. You don't think those people were talking amongst themselves behind the scenes? They all knew about it. And they did nothing. One of them reported it. That's why they're not worried about anything that's going on in their neighborhood, is because they already know that Chris Proudfoot is the prime suspect, and that their kids are just safe. Their kids are safe and sound because he doesn't hate them or want them to pass away. Right? So go ahead, strike my channel, because it's never going to make me stop talking about it. All it's going to do is make you look like the asshole that you are. Exactly. And God knows what the neighbors told, or what the Proud Feet told the neighbors about Seth. Of course, Holly, because I think you're spot on. In my opinion, when the spotlight was on them, that was probably their opportunity to start blaming it all on Seth. Well, we can't control because Sebastian comes home from his dad's house and he just acts like this, and then I have to discipline him with corporal punishment. Bullshit. You know? Bab says Jen Koffendorfer backed off of Sebastian's case over a year ago at a total 360, and we were all surprised. You know, I mean, I was too. I mean, it's just, I mean, who does that to a missing child? And then you're supposed to be an FBI agent or former one? She's classless. She's classless. Yeah. Yep. In the way. And in the way, in my opinion. I agree, Holly, 100%. Robini. I've often wondered if she isn't a puppet for some organization. Yeah, I wonder about that too. I wonder about that too, Holly, because she seems to want to do whatever everybody else tells her to do. You know? Yeah, too busy chasing people away. Yeah, and that's why they didn't show Seth anything. Because they don't want the truth. They obviously don't care about the truth coming out because it's not their kids. They obviously don't care because they're not in fear of something bad happening in their neighborhood because they already know what happened to Sebastian. So they can sleep easy, I guess. I don't know how, but that seems to be the case. That's the only explanation that I can come up off of the top of my head right now. Why they wouldn't give a crap that a child in the neighborhood went missing with no proof that he ever left the house, that he ever made it home. I mean, nothing. Ain't none of them ever spoke about about Sebastian missing. Not even his own mom. They're all trash, in my opinion. They had to be forced, Babs. They had to be forced. Because before Chris Proudfoot came out and started making threats against everybody, and so did the rest of his family, by the way. I mean, they were all talking on Facebook. What happened to all those people that were so gung ho? I highly doubt they ever claimed Sebastian as a grandson or even a family member. She didn't in that post, Holly. She did not do it in the post. Look at what Nina's daughter said about her, speaks volumes. Oh, and I believe her all day. Again, I believe these children over these adults any day of the week. I would bet my bottom dollar on the children telling the truth and them being bull-faced liars that they are. Yeah, they don't deserve it. They don't deserve him, right? They don't. They don't, Blue Nick. They don't. I like your avatar. That's a pretty rose. Not even on Facebook. None of them. They don't care. Their blatant indifference, their deliberate indifference is so obvious. So obvious. But it's all out now. And that her son, Chris Proudfoot, is an abuser of women, disabled children. I'm sure she must be so proud. Good job, Kathy. Yeah, way to go, Kathy. Great job. Oh, here comes Mother of the Year. Stinky socks. I believe these people threaten and bully constantly, including cops, teachers, investigators, etc. Well, Seth even told a story, and I was going to play some of his live tonight, but I know we've been, you know, going for 3 hours about now, so I'll wait till tomorrow because again, I will do a part two, but I can't with Candace and Don. Not when Seth needs all the support he can get, and Summer deserves to be found too. She really does. And that is not lost on me. But I just can't listen to their bullshit fuckery when we have a father that's coming out being transparent, even though he's tired and weary and heartbroken. He's willing to come out and answer questions and be transparent, not for himself, but for his son. And when those parents are doing the exact opposite, in my opinion, I just can't. I can't. And I won't. No way. No way. But we will make sure we cover Summer. Mr. Baseball Hat, Terry Pussy Bauer, Fox Power Sox WTF. Yeah. Yeah. A green and black baseball bat. Who's lying? Who's lying now, Kathy? Oh, they did threaten the reporters, Holly, um I will stand guilty of this because when I heard that, I thought to myself, well, if those reporters were in my face, I might get a little irate with them too, because they could be very aggressive, and if you're going through a hard time, you don't know where your son is, at that time, I was like, well, maybe that's why, but now we know that it wasn't that situation like that. It was because Stepfoot is not a parent. He's not even fit to be a step parent. He should never be around children. He is a predator. Flat out. And if you don't like to be painted with that brush, then act right. Would never understand CP and family never looked, asking questions, cult corruption going together. I mean, Janet, and that's the thing, they never have. They never have. And it's all a bunch of word salad. It's all a bunch of bull crap, you know. Yeah, don't forget her twin Melissa, Kylie Ray. Don't forget her twin Cruella clones, right? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Talk about, someone who has but there, and the thing, well, I'll just say this. The thing is that Melissa was trying to do good, but she spilled the beans and said they were there at 6:30 looking for Sebastian. You mean to tell me that you were called before law enforcement, Melissa, and you were searching already for Sebastian at 6:30 a.m. when the call to dispatch didn't even come in till 6:33? Yeah, you done fucked up. You done fucked up, and I bet your Mama Socks read you the riot act and said you're not allowed to talk anymore, because I want to say that's one of the last statements that you made publicly, Melissa. Aunt Melissa, the bully, you know? Yeah, don't go live unless it's scripted, JC. Right? Exactly. She needs a script right there by her, Cinderella, so that way she doesn't, forget where she's at, you know? Unbelievable. Detroit says Terry B's own coworker said how terrible he talked about Sebastian. Yes, and his own wife. Don't forget, he was talking shit about Cruella too. He was talking shit about Cruella too. He's a total liar and a narcissist. That whole family is poison, in my honest opinion. I think so too. They are insidious. They are insidious. I just message Kathy, aren't you proud of Chris? Right? Aren't you proud? Aren't you proud? Where is her public apology? Because she was saying that we're about to get an apology, or excuse me, that she's going to get an apology when the truth comes out, right? That's what she said. But obviously, that's not a two-way street. because she hasn't come out and apologized and said, "Wow, I didn't realize that that's what my son did, and that's what these DCS reports are stating." Clear as day, black and white, right there for you. Take a little gander at them, Kathy, and then maybe come out and you make a public apology. That's how you earn respect. You don't just go around demanding it, flying around in your fucking Coupe de Ville. No, that'll never happen. Oh, I'm sorry, you drive a QX80. Bunch of bull crap. She was unprepared and didn't even seem to be able to have much of a conversation. No, no, she was completely unprepared, Holly, and she made a fool out of herself. And then when Seth had dropped off the panel, she proceeded to say that she doesn't think that these, well, how did she put it? These filings don't have any teeth. Okay. Well, I don't think you have a brain. The damn Wizard of Oz over here. We got cowards, brainless people, heartless people. And who's the one pulling all the strings behind the scenes? Sumner County. Yeah, he bullied people constantly. It is so obvious. Janet, you could it depends on if you have do you have an iPhone or do you have, oh, thank you. Thank you, YouTubers here. You're awesome. I have the best mods ever, guys. You guys are the bomb diggity. Who is Daniel Bowersox? Daniel Bowersox is, give me a second here, because I do have that info pretty fresh because I've been researching it with a very good friend. So Daniel Bowersox is the brother to Terry Jr., which is Terry Sr., Terry Bowersox, Cruella's husband. Those are his sons, right? You got Terry Jr. and then Daniel Bowersox. But Terry Jr. doesn't want anything to do with Terry Sr. And Terry Bowersox is the one that works for Precision Driven Solutions, or did. So, very interesting, right? Because why don't they want to be around or have anything to do with them? Thank you, Janet. Aw, thank you, Love Mama Love, the little chili pepper. That's so cute. That is so cute. Thank you, guys. Yeah, Snaggletooth's son. Yeah, the colossal popcorn tooth. You know it? Colossal popcorn tooth. So, yeah, I'd like to know. I'd like to know about that. Hey, Seth, I'd like to know about that. It was a great live too, and not just because I was on there, but because of everything that you have done to be so kind as to address the situation that is so unfathomable. Seth, is just unfathomable what you've had to deal with. Yeah, abuser of disabled people is the lowest of the low. Yeah, it is. And where's the ADA when you need them? Not the assistant district attorney. That's what I mean, Bo. He's awake because he usually is working these hours. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Love, Mama, love. Yeah. Is she Kathy Guybauer socks? This Facebook pic looks like a freakishly thin woman. Yes, she's lost a ton of weight from the first. Oh, thank you, my PTSD, for the high fives. You guys are awesome. Who they can't pay off and then they bully. I cannot disagree there. I cannot disagree there. You know, just crazy, crazy, and everything they've done to Sebastian. Last seen at the Texas Roadhouse, unhappy. Sebastian was not laughing and having fun. Something wrong at the Texas Roadhouse. Or was something wrong at the Texas Roadhouse? I think so, and Seth confirmed that too, you know. Oh, she looks just like Cruella DeVille. She does. I think it's Ozempic. I'm not 100%, but that was my first thought because you don't go from, well, I'm not gonna shame that way, but look, when you lose weight that quickly, it's usually from Ozempic. Let's just be honest. I doubt she was hitting the gym. Chris's clover cap is one of the Freemason symbols. Yeah, I have. We have looked up that cap. I'll have to go back and look because I know our friend Star sent that to me with the cap. The Wicked Witch of the West, Sumner County Sheriff's Office. YouTuber is the Wicked Witch of the West. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my goodness. I just typed in Power Socks and his name came up, Daniel, on this long explanation about something. Yes, they're not hard to find. I mean, any of us. It's like, that's why I always try to when people are like, "Oh, I'm going to go after this person or that person," I'm like, "Well, any of us can be found. It's called the information age, you know. Unless you are what do they call it, a sovereign citizen." Paige says, "Did she say Seth had a heart attack early in the morning last week sometime?" I think she was talking about Tony. I think she was talking about Tony. So, but I could be wrong, Paige. God, if she said that, God help her. Because I just have no patience for her anymore. Every time, I think she does it for attention. Because I think she doesn't care about negative or positive attention. She's one of those people. Holly says, "I'll never forget someone went to a prayer retreat, Trace Diaz, and Kathy was allegedly there. Not once did she ask for prayers for her family." And that was right around when Sebastian went missing. Wow. I mean, why didn't her church have a big prayer vigil or anything for Sebastian? That's always been odd to me. Oh, we like to go to Freedom Church up in Gallatin. Well, where the fudge were they? Because I'm here to tell you, there were all kinds. Long Hollow Church was one of them. I know that for a fact. All these prayer vigils, the news was there. They're covering the prayer vigils, but you never saw any of them there. In my opinion, that group's spying on anyone speaking for sweet Sebastian, and they could very well be. And that's the thing. That's why my Facebook page, well, I have a personal one too that I barely ever go on. But yeah, my Lady Freedoms page, it is private because I know they're creeping. I know they're creeping and a peeping, and I don't want them anywhere near me. They can stay the hell away. Be blessed, live long and prosper, but stay the Fukushima away from me. These are cruel, mean people, a clan of all of them. Yes, they're the Foot Clan. Would love to meet them out somewhere. Babs. I was so glad I didn't see not a one of them anywhere, any of them anywhere. I was just glad, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Ash Manji, interesting. Cruella has a combo with Terry Lynn and suddenly she flips. Exactly. And, that was Terry Lynn's problem with me is because she wanted me, to be on board with that. And I was like, no, I supported you because you supported Sebastian. Don't get it twisted. The minute that you want to play a game like that, I'm out. You can send whoever the hell you want after me. I don't care. You know, it's like For real, if you've never seen The Wizard of Oz and you don't get it. No, you're right. You're right, Babs. Yeah, I think she likes it, Holly. I think she wants people to talk about her, whether it's negative or positive, you know? So, aw, I think you love Mama Love. Well, that's the reason why I'm probably going to have to do something about these people that are continuously defaming me. Because, you know, it's part of the problem. So isn't Tyler Feller into true crime? Yes, yes, exactly, Holly. And I totally forgot about that until you just said that. Into true crime talks about other missing people's cases, but not about Sebastian. I mean, how odd is that? You know? So, oh no, Bo, he gave you the cold shoulder. What? Yes, he was abruptly stopped by when Sebastian went missing. He abruptly stopped, Cinderella says. Yeah, I remember that. I really thought they would have turned on each other by now. Well, that's what I was thinking, Holly, because honestly, I figured if Chris Proudfoot had no involvement whatsoever, then he would have by now, right? I was kind of waiting for it because I'm thinking to myself, well, if he was really in Memphis or Mississippi, then that puts him in a position where he doesn't have to sit there and be a part of it, right? I mean, look, if my spouse does something or anybody, does something that's close to me, it's not my fault they did that, right? Unless I was with them, unless I had participation or knowledge or any of that involvement, so to speak. But, you know, it makes me think that they're all thick as thieves in it. And the fact of the matter is that all of these people are like Sumner County and all of their systems are a part of it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this lawsuit, you know? Yeah, hopefully he don't freeze on it. Freeze. Hopefully he don't freeze it on out. LOL. This is my PTSD. I hope not too. I hope not too, Bo. Uh, that's what I heard. Well, I mean, I heard that too, Cinderella, and that's the thing. It's so hard because I agree that if we hear stuff, right, we might say, in my opinion, I heard this, or to the best of my knowledge, it's my understanding. That's why I use words and phrases like that, because that way it's like I'm not sure. But when I come up here and I tell you guys like this is it, right? No, allegedly, right? There's certain things that I can feel confident saying that. Other things I won't because Oh, oh, poor Bo. I'm sorry, Bo. I didn't know your shoulder was acting up on you. My shoulder is messed up, in a lot of pain. Aw, I said Seth must have given me his cold shoulder. I gotcha. Because his shoulder is messed up too. Aw. Oh, I'm sorry, girl. I know that. Oh, I hate back pain, shoulder pain, any pain is bad. Oh, I hope you feel better soon, Bo. Just like Arctic Fox was a pred hiding behind true crime and the missing children. Exactly. And we all saw how they came out and handled that situation. You know, they were like, "Oh, well, yeah, I don't know. That was not my people, and I didn't know." And it's like, "Yes, you did. Just own it and move on." Right? But you can't. But they can't. They never will. They don't have any integrity or class or anything like that. They simply flat out choose not to. You know, it's hard to do the right thing, no doubt about it. But it still needs to be done. I'm not picky. Memphis jail, Sumner County jail, Mississippi jail. Take your pick, Babs. I just want them in cuffs, in my opinion. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I mean, they deserve it. With what we have in that paperwork, he never should have been able to say any of those things and get away with saying any of those things, period. Right. But you can say things. It is a free country, it's freedom of speech. But when it comes to the level of saying that you hate a child in your home and you want them to not be alive in this world anymore, I'm glad they had enough balls to print that in the paper. I'm very glad they had enough balls to print that in the paper. Which reminds me, I know you guys told me to check the Discord. Um, I was off on a tangent. There. But yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's like what Deborah was saying. Yes, Detroit. The sharks are circling the chum. They sure are. They sure are. Aw, YouTuber, that's so sweet. Saying the same Don Wells. Yes, our Don and CP friends too. Well, they sure as hell would get along very well, in my opinion. I think they would. I'm now wondering how much the cops knew and if, God forbid, they assisted in this, whatever is happening to Sebastian. So there's been a lot of speculation, and I don't know exactly where it came from, but it was regarding the Sheckle Island fire station and that there was activity there before Sebastian went missing. But that particular fire station is not manned. So, if it's a police officer sitting there, maybe clocking people, or maybe, sitting there while, Monday school traffic is going back and forth, and they kind of feel like it's safer to have a cop out there, um, which of course, we all behave better when a cop is around, um, you know, um, and I could see that, right? But I don't know. It doesn't sound like they were clocking anybody or anything like that. I'd like to see some more proof on that, though, to make a better informed decision. But, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, absolutely, Bo. Yeah, Arctic supported the feat. Yeah, go figure. Of course, Preds supporting Preds, right? I mean, look, and then that little weirdo, he could have wanted to find Sebastian for nefarious reasons. Look who he was caught, trying to, do that with a little child. Disgusting. And those are the people that Chris and Katie choose to associate with. They choose to associate with them. In my opinion, he knows if she goes down, he goes with her. Right, country guy. Excuse me. Um, they both have to stay quiet. Well, and that's my way of thinking too. Like, if there was an out for him, why wouldn't he take it? Look, they were already going to get divorced. He was quoted in the paperwork saying that this marriage is never going to work, and that's what he said in front of the DCS worker. you know yeah, they're all ignoring Sebastian's case, in my opinion. you know yeah, I mean, it's sticking their head in the sand, not wanting to see it. It's just ridiculous. Aw, thanks, Liberty. Chris should have never been allowed to leave the property in any way, as Sumner County Sheriff's Office knew of all of the abuse. Why was he allowed to stay gone for 17 hours? Exactly. And if all of the Foot Clan, so to speak, and Sebastian's family members were supposed to be being evaluated by the FAST 2.0 evaluation and assessment, what's up with that? Because they should have been looked into as well. I mean, that tattoo on her arm, is that a memory? That still rubs me the wrong way too, Janet. It really does. I mean, again, look, anybody could do tattoos if they want, but and I don't have a tattoo except for, the one that I put on my AI photo over here. I don't mind putting it there on an AI photo, just not on myself. Um, but it's weird. Yeah, it pisses me off too, Ashmanji. What are they doing? What are they doing allowing for that when they know? They just because they never planned on holding them accountable, in my opinion, is the only explanation for that even makes a little bit of sense, you know. um it's so bogus. It is so bogus. All right. Oh, sorry, Bo, I'm just now seeing that in the Discord. My goodness, I'm sorry, guys. um Let me go to, let's see. You guys crack me up. um Did you guys put it in the mod chat maybe? Let's see. Wasn't in the mod chat. Oh, here it is. Okay. Oh, thanks, Paige. Okay. I gotcha. Like, call in. Oh, definitely in denial. Definitely in denial. Um, okay. Okay, I might be behind on that. All right, let me take a look in here. Sorry, give me a second. Was it in the regular? No. No, let me give it a boost. Ah, thank you, Witchy Mama. And Paige also for posting Seth's live in there. Love Lisa Blue. Okay, maybe I'm looking in the wrong spot for that link because I'm not finding it. Um, hmm. Okay. Hmm. I might have, or so you guys might have to resend that to me, or we might have to talk about it tomorrow. I know. I wonder. It looked like it was kind of drawn on there. Like it really didn't look like there was any, like, you know how when you get a tattoo, it's like kind of like scabby and bubbly. I guess I don't know how to say it, but Holly says it creeps me out now knowing how much they knew about the abuse. Looking back at the police speaking to the public, it's so weird. That's why I was like, oh, great job hindsight, because like that was the statement where they kept telling everybody that, right? And he's like, oh, like the TBI said, quit with the rumors and blah blah blah. It's like, what? Right? Telling Seth to stay away from the command post, really? And then also, oh, and the mods. Thank you, Bo. And also, excuse me, why would they not let people search if they had Sartopo, right? And they were like, oh, well, we don't want to have to look for you. And that's another thing they were telling Seth. But if Seth is willing to search and Sebastian went missing from Katie and Chris's house, and Katie is at the house with Chris, in case Sebastian comes back, right? Just again in the beginning. But they already knew everything, they knew everything from day one. But again, they could have given Seth, told Seth to download the, to go ahead and, oh, that's why I can't see it, because I was in one of the other files. Okay, I get it. Um, oh, I got it. Okay, hold on 1 second. Oh, and look, they got his pictures. Oh, those are such good pictures. Okay, alrighty, hold on. Let me get this pulled on for you guys. Thank you guys so much for sending this over. Um, so, give me a second. But yeah, why didn't they just have him download the app and then he could have searched some areas too? But instead, they're like, no, you got to stay in your car and just search then. So that's what he did. He went out and searched anyway. Right? I mean, come on. It's just ridiculous. Okay, so here is the Los Angeles Magazine, right? Where is Sebastian Rogers? Father of missing teen takes fight to federal court after 2-year search. In an emotional new interview, Seth Rogers opens up about filing a federal lawsuit, losing faith in investigators, and why he still believes his son is alive. And look who it is. It's Lauren Conlin. Hey, Lauren Conlin. Wonderful. Okay, and there's Sebastian's pictures. The father of Tennessee teenager who has been missing for over 2 years says he has lost faith in the investigation into his son's disappearance and is now taking his fight to federal court. Sebastian Rogers, who has autism, severe ADHD, and a rare chromosomal deletion condition that required daily support, disappeared from his mother's Hendersonville home on February 26, 2024. At age 15, Sebastian's smile quickly captured the hearts of the public and content creators alike, promoting boots on the ground, investigations, and more. Okay, and do we play this? Is this playable? Or do I have to go to X to see it? Maybe I have to go to X to see it. The FBI offers a reward of $50,000 for info leading to the whereabouts of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, a boy with medical conditions, including autism, who was last seen on February 26, 2024. Well, we all know that it was the 25th, but that's okay. Despite one of the largest missing child searches in Tennessee history, investigators have still made no arrests. And you know what makes me think that it's one of the largest missing child searches in Tennessee history is because they were trying to make us, oh, look, there's a foot, trying to make us believe that they were doing everything they could, you know, trying to make us believe that they were doing everything they could, and they weren't. Investigators have still made no arrests, identified no suspects, and publicly announced no major breaks in the case. Law enforcement says the investigation remains active and ongoing, with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, and FBI continuing to review credible tips. The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for information leading to Sebastian's whereabouts or, excuse me, to those responsible for his disappearance. In an exclusive sit down with the local news outlet WSMV4, Seth Rogers spoke publicly about the emotional toll of not knowing what happened to Sebastian and the frustration that led him to file a federal lawsuit against the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and the Tennessee Department of Children's Services. The lawsuit alleges DCS failed to protect Sebastian before his disappearance, citing a specific prior incident, which separately claiming the sheriff's office failed to properly investigate the case after he went missing. DCS told WSMV4 Investigates, quote, as a matter of practice, the department generally does not make comment on pending litigation. Additionally, DCS is unable to comment on specific cases due to state and federal confidentiality laws. Yeah, how convenient. Our priority remains and will always remain the safety and well-being of children of Tennessee. Yeah, right. If you believe that, again, I can't help you. It's called mental illness. You're refusing to see what it actually is. All right, and this is footage of Sebastian Rogers at the Texas Roadhouse right before he vanished. He was hungry. On the other hand, Katie Proudfoot did not touch one bite of her food. She was too busy posing Sebastian for pictures and messaging someone. Oh, this is where we see her take the picture. There it is. And Sebastian said no. Yep. There she goes. There she goes. Oh, there she goes again while he's eating, taking pictures of him. And look, she did that. She did that on the sly. She did that on the sly. He's over there taking a bite, and she's over there, sneaky little bitch that she is. Look at that. And she just goes ahead and takes a picture of him. Yeah. Yeah, the foot, in my opinion. Right? Exactly. Exactly. Can you believe that there's a friggin' foot? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Just crazy. Just crazy. Just unbelievable. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. No. Nope. And then Sebastian notices and he's kind of like, well, why do you keep taking pictures of me? Is kind of like what he looks like, in my opinion. Like, what is she doing over there? And she's messaging somebody. You can see her. Who is she sending that picture to? Because Chris Proudfoot said it was sent to him. But I don't believe that. Not when it looks like the yellow jacket guy had Sebastian's picture on his phone. And there's Katie. She takes a bite. And she's messing with something in her lap. It looks like her napkin. And she closed out the app and then opened something else. I mean, you could just see her doing the most on her phone. Excuse me. And again, whatever she's doing, then she seems to ask something to Sebastian. Obviously, I wish we knew what they were talking about. Then she asks him something about the rolls because you could see her nod to him. He's looking at the rolls. She's looking at the bottom. I don't know what she's doing. She's like flipping the roll over and looking at the bottom of the roll. That was weird. Look, she nodded to him about the rolls. Just the weirdest thing. And then he looked, he's like, yeah, they're good. And then she's looking at the bottom of them. I don't know, maybe he likes his rolls well done or something like that. But it was as if she was like, I know, he's such a sweetheart. And he smiles at the waitress and everything when she brings them. Like, he's so sweet. And, I don't know what that's about. It's probably irrelevant to finding Sebastian, obviously. It's just bizarro. Um, it's just really bizarro. And then they're talking about something, and it looks like Sebastian's interested in whatever she's about to show him on the phone. See, she's pointing. He comes in to look. Yeah, that's just so weird. I wonder if that other one has loaded in. This must be the one, because this one I can't click on. Oh, maybe so. We had to double click on it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Ew, gross feet. All right. during the interview, Rogers rejected the notion that he has been strong throughout this ordeal. People say I'm strong. I'm just determined to find my son, Rogers said. The weight of the world that I feel on my shoulders every day. Unless you've been in the situation of your child missing and not knowing where he's at, you don't have any clue. He describes Sebastian as the person who gave his life purpose. He's my saving grace. Before him, I was probably heading down the wrong path in life. Then I had a child. I was like God gave me a purpose in life. When asked what he needs most, Rogers gave a simple answer: I need my son home. Rogers recalled learning Sebastian was missing after finishing work on February 26, 2024, because employees were not allowed to have cell phones while working. He said he did not see a quote 911 excuse me, quote 911 text message until he reached his truck. He immediately called Sebastian's stepfather, who told him the teen had disappeared. When Rogers arrived at the Hendersonville home that his ex wife and new husband shared, he said the first place he went was Sebastian's bedroom. He described several details that struck him as unusual, including Sebastian's Nintendo Switch plugged into the wall on the floor, a messy closet, and belongings scattered around the room. It just didn't seem right, he said. The teen was attached to his Switch, right? And here's Brian Enton. It doesn't make sense. I spoke with Sebastian Rogers' father about the 15-year-old's disappearance in Tennessee. He says Sebastian would not have walked off on his own, and that Sebastian's mom and stepdad have stopped communicating with him. Okay?
Tonight in Tennessee, the father of a missing 15-year-old boy is pleading for help and for answers in the disappearance of his son, who vanished 5 weeks ago. This is a sad, sad story. 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers has not been seen since he disappeared near Nashville on February 26. He vanished from his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee. He shared with his mother and stepfather. One theory is he wandered off in the middle of the night with a flashlight, barefoot and alone. But with every day that passes, there are more questions about this case and what might have really happened to this little boy. Search crews spent the first few weeks scouring the area for any sign of the teen, who is on the autism spectrum. Authorities blasted his favorite song, The Eye of the Tiger. They were blasting the music, hoping if he could hear it, he would respond. A reward was offered and an Amber Alert issued. It was all standard stuff at that point. But then something strange happened. This is when things started to sort of take a turn. There was a perplexing move. They said they were scaling back the ground search, transitioning to an investigation only. Volunteer searchers were told they were no longer needed. This as investigators then began combing a landfill.
All right, guys. And just to put it into perspective, just to put that into perspective, when it comes to the FAST 2.0, right? Because I had asked Seth to clarify tonight on his panel about DCS and about the fifth CPS report, because there was some confusion even on my end about that. So the fifth DCS report was filed, and then after Sebastian went missing, and it appears that they did the FAST 2.0 assessment beginning March 1st, and then it ended on March 5th. And then on March 7th is when they started to search the landfill, right? And again, I think this is the interview with Brian Enton that happened on News Nation on or about March 25th.
In Kentucky, They went to the landfill. They got a search warrant at the landfill where trash from Sebastian's neighborhood had been taken. Sebastian's father says the boy would not just wander off and would never go far without his shoes, that it doesn't make sense. That dad has now called in resources to join the search for his boy. And as it happens, the group called the United Cajun Navy probably sounds familiar. We've been covering them a lot lately. They were already in Nashville. Well, they'd come to Tennessee to help to search for missing University of student Riley Strain, which we've
Aw, there's Riley.
covered at depth. That search tragically came to an end last Friday when they discovered Strain's body. Well, now the Cajun Navy is sending in units to aid the search for Sebastian Rogers. They are hoping fresh sets of eyes might make all the difference.
Sebastian's father reached out to us and asked for help, and so we're going to try to help up there as much as we can. First and foremost, we'd like to see Sebastian found safe and sound. You know, that's, I think, everybody's hope, and that's always our hope.
Yeah, and wasn't it Chris Proudfoot that tried to tell Nancy Grace that he's the one that reached out to the United Cajun Navy? There's another lie, Chris. Stinkfoot, liarfoot, abuserfoot.
Okay, so now for more on the search for the teen and the concerns about what may have happened to that boy, we're joined by Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father. Seth, thank you.
Yep, guys, I believe this is about March 25th, just so everybody knows.
So much for joining us. I'm so sorry for everything you're going through. We want to get the word out about Sebastian. Hasn't gotten enough national attention. Sebastian, I want to be clear, was with his mom and stepdad when he disappeared, but you're very close to Sebastian. Do you have any idea what may have happened here?
I mean, guys, look at look at Seth. He looks genuinely worried. And again, this is the reason why when I would see Seth come out and speak with people and versus the Proudfoots, and I mean, this is the thing that's so difficult to reconcile, right? Is because you see one parent who is showing genuine concern, exhaustion, desperation, and then you see Chris and Katie Proudfoot not having any of those things.
I haven't been, I don't know. I mean, I got a phone call and a text message that I received after I got off of work stating that I needed to give the stepfather a call. I called him and he was like, Sebastian's missing. Don't be upset or anything, but you need to come to the house.
Okay. And again, let me just point out that from day one, Seth has told the same exact story. It's never changed. It didn't change because Seth saw some YouTuber say something. It hasn't changed because Seth realized that he was caught on camera doing something else. It has always stayed consistent. It has always stayed consistent. Holly, it's glaringly obvious, right? It's just glaringly obvious. I wonder if they just kind of half-ass searched the landfill. Were they even trying? And yeah, and I mean, it makes me wonder too. And they were telling everybody it's precautionary. And it's like, no, that can't be right. That can't be right. Liberty says, how do you lock a phone to where it can't call anyone who's not on your list? Oh. In my opinion, with a passcode that only the adult has. Oh, okay. I suppose I didn't even realize you could do that either. Yeah, they were caught. Yeah, they were pictured out at the barbecue restaurant while searching, right? And that's what they were telling Nancy Grace too. They're like, we were passing out flyers and we had to eat. It's like, are you kidding me right now? Well, no shit, Sherlock. Everybody's got to eat. But no, I mean, look, I'm just not buying it. Again, Seth has been so consistent from day one. He exactly has told this story that when he got off of work, he received he looked and he saw a text from Chris 911. Even though Chris never called 911, they called the sheriff's department on three-way call. And Katie muted herself. We still have never heard that call. And we probably never will. That's the sick part. But Seth says that he received a text and a call. So he calls him back and he says, don't be mad at me, but Sebastian's missing. And then also, don't forget that Chris Proudfoot told America's Most Wanted the same thing. Don't be mad, but Sebastian's missing. Dumbass.
I don't know what happened to him. I haven't seen him in over a month. I've been out here looking for him.
Seth, I mean, what do they think happened? I mean, could he really have just walked away like that? It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. His shoes are were still by the front door. His switch was there. His phone was in the kitchen. It just didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Okay? Guys, what has changed in Seth's statements? Nothing. His switch was there, his phone was there, and none of it makes sense. It's the same thing he's been saying to this day. This was about a month and a half. It was about a month after month to the day that Sebastian went missing, right? From February 25th to March 25th. But Seth didn't see Sebastian that week, right? He had him the weekend before he went missing. And then Katie's weekend was the weekend that Sebastian went missing. So yeah, when he says over a month, again, he's telling the truth. What can't you people understand about that? And of course, I'm not talking about you fine people. I'm talking about them idiots.
I still can't figure it out. I've been looking everywhere, been handing out flyers, been just trying to keep up hope. And I've reached out to United Cajun Navy to sit there and see if they will help me. And they answered my call.
I reached out to the United Cajun Navy to help me, and they answered my call. Just as the guy from the United Cajun Navy, sorry, your name escapes me at the moment, said. Again, the truth is easy to remember.
Yeah, one thing I couldn't understand is why they were telling people not to search at one point. I mean, the shift went to the landfill. It was this investigation, and they're telling people not to search. I couldn't make sense of that. I mean, it made me wonder, do you have any indication that investigators may know that something bad happened here?
They haven't told me anything, and they told people not to search, but I've been searching since that Monday. I can't just sit around and not do anything.
Right? No, I wouldn't be able to do that either. And again, they told people not to search because we can't, and they told Seth specifically, well, we can't let you go search because we don't want you to get lost or hurt out there, and then we can't find you. Well, that's why you tell him to download the Sartopo app, and then he's being tracked. So if he does get hurt and you realize that there's somebody still out there and they've stayed in the same spot for X amount of time, then maybe you should go check on them. But other than that, why would you tell him not to search? And for that matter, why would you tell everybody else not to search? If you have the technology to track people, then that doesn't make any damn sense to me. Help me understand it. But then again, it's false. It's all a big hoax, in my opinion. This all was a big bunch of fake bullshit. And I'm not talking about the landfill. I'm talking about Sebastian's investigation.
I've got to find my son.
Yeah, I understand. I would be doing the same exact thing as you, and I think everybody around America would be, and their hearts go out to you. Have you talked to Sebastian's mom, stepdad? You mentioned you had that conversation when they said, he's gone missing, but have they been able to give any more information?
I haven't spoken to them for at least 2 weeks. They're not talking to me.
There are reports that they have packed up an RV and left the house that Sebastian disappeared from. Any idea why they would do that?
have no idea. I have no information. They weren't talking to me, so I was out here trying to find my son.
Do you feel that they were taking good care of him?
I've got information from podcasts that they were showing that horrify me.
Oh my God, you guys. And this is exactly what Seth was talking about tonight. And he said it over and over and over again. Good night, Bo. Over and over and over again that he didn't know what was going on. And he heard about Chris hitting Sebastian and abusing him on Smiley's podcast. And he's saying right now, on March 25th of 2024, a month after Sebastian went missing, that he heard things on a podcast that horrified him. So what's so hard to friggin' understand? Because I've had it already with this bullshit.
What do you mean? I mean, were they on podcasts or? I'm sorry, I know this is upsetting, but I just want to understand.
They were going on podcasts, and it was like it's supposed to be about Sebastian. They wanted to talk about themselves. I don't get that.
Nobody got it, Seth. Nobody did. Every single one of us watching was like, what in the actual F is happening right now? Bab says Sumner County Sheriff's Office is covering this up with everything they can. And why? I don't know, except for money. They are being paid to look the other way for the boy, right? Chris Proudfoot, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree. And it's to cover their own behinds because they're in it too. They had all of this knowledge. That's why they're like, oh, there's no indication, no evidence of foul play. Well, that's because they don't want to admit that they knew all along that Chris and Katie Proudfoot had to have had something to do with it because they have all the reports. They have way more information than we have. And when you say that you hate your stepchild and don't want him to be on this planet alive anymore, I mean, there's only one explanation for that. I mean, it's not rocket science.
We need to get Sebastian's face out to everybody. Have them looking for Sebastian. This isn't about me. It's not about his mom. It's not about his stepdad. This is about Sebastian.
How many times has Seth had to say this again before it sinks into people's thick skulls? You know, and I get it. I get it. Chris Proudfoot and his cronies and his Foot Clan made it this way. So again, I'm not trying to throw shade, but in the same way, it's like, what don't people understand about this? Seth just wants his son home. That's it. That's all. There's nothing more to it. There's no hidden meanings behind it. We don't need to take the magnifying glass out and, examine shit. He's said it from day one. I just want Sebastian to be found. He is the one that matters. That's all we want, is for Sebastian to be found. But for some reason, you have a bunch of numbskulls coming in and saying, well, I thought this live was supposed to be about Sebastian. Freaking idiots.
He needs to be found.
Have they been searching at all? I mean, I know you're out there right now. Have his mom and stepdad been out there too?
I mean, this is a legitimate question, guys, and this is precisely what I'm talking about right now. So I'm glad Brian asked this, right? Because he's like, but wait a minute, are they searching? Because this is weird, right? And that's what all of us were saying. Like, this doesn't make sense. It's weird. What do you mean? You're the only one out here? You look exhausted, sir. You look like you're at your wit's end. I mean, again, I don't understand what's so hard about this. I think it's a deliberate that they just, again, trolling.
I can't answer that question. I don't know. I haven't seen them. And they've not been where I've been handing out flyers or searching.
Right? They haven't been at any of the vigils.
So I couldn't tell you what they've been doing.
I mean,
And somebody had asked that in the chat. They were like, "Well, has Kristen Katie Proudfoot done anything?" And I said exactly that too tonight. And it wasn't to speak for Seth or anything like that, but when I saw the comment, I was like, it's hard to say what they have or haven't done, right? We don't know what they have or haven't done. We're not following them around. We're not them. We're not their friends. We're not their family. We're not. We don't know. But here's the thing: what we do know is they've never showed up to any of the vigils. What we do know is that we've never ever seen them physically handing out flyers. What we do know is that we've never seen them physically out searching, besides when they decided to come out and mock Seth and take a photo with a drone with, again, them and their cronies, and the guy they paid $15,000 to not talk about Sebastian, in my opinion. Those are the things we know for sure. I didn't say that, of course. Instead, I said we don't know what they have or haven't done. It's hard to say, right? Because that's the right thing to do. And because I'm not a friggin' troll and I tell the truth.
Seth, I'm glad we have the picture up. He looks like such a nice young man. I mean, would he ever leave barefoot? I know that's something that's perplexed some people, and even people who have children on the autism spectrum have been perplexed by that. Does that make any sense?
It doesn't.
No, it doesn't. And how about the fact that Sebastian's allergic to grass? How about the fact that Sebastian has had a bad experience with fire ants, so he always wears shoes outside? How about the fact that Sebastian doesn't like to be dirty? How about the fact that Sebastian didn't take anything with him? Oh, and let's not forget about the fact that Sebastian even wears shoes when he's in the swimming pool.
It does not make
Water shoes.
any sense. If he knew he was going to go out walking or anywhere in the yard or whatnot, he would put on socks and shoes.
He would put on socks and shoes. And that's exactly what Seth has said since his first interview with Nick Embarrassed. Period. So quit with your lies and bullshit.
He had a horrible experience as a child with fire ants.
Hello?
He learned. It's always socks and shoes or at least something on your feet to protect you from what's on the ground.
Yeah, well, listen, I know how close you were to Sebastian, and we will stay on the story. Obviously, there's an active search happening right now. You're out there. Police have been searching. The Cajun Navy is now involved. We've got the picture up again. So, Seth, please let us know if there's any developments, if you hear anything at all, and we'll make sure to stay on the story. Thank you so much for coming on with us.
Thank you for helping me.
Aw, thank you for helping me. My God. And he just looks exhausted. Rogers also questioned, Seth Rogers also questioned how such an extensive search with drones, canines couldn't fail to uncover, excuse me, how such an extensive search with drones and canines could fail to uncover any physical evidence. Quote, people don't just vanish into thin air, end quote. We know that for a fact right off the bat. That is not a possibility. So stop saying that these people, these children, up and vanished. It's not possible. It defies logic. He said that he has never believed that narrative that Sebastian voluntarily walked away from the home, pointing to the fact that the teenager left behind his shoes, his coat, his backpack, his cell phone, his Nintendo Switch, and even the Lego pieces he routinely carried in his pockets. Even the Lego pieces that he routinely carried in his pockets, guys. Now, that is a huge red flag. That is a deviation from what Sebastian normally does, which is carries those Legos in his pockets. Let's be real. Let's be real. Let's get real. To those that knew Sebastian, the lack of shoes was especially troubling, considering Sebastian reportedly did not like the way the grass felt under his feet. Seth says, quote, "That's not my son. For him to leave that house without his shoes, without a coat, without his backpack, he would have to have been running, right? Like running away from something that he had to hurry up and get away from as soon as possible. That's the only logical explanation because Sebastian would never do that otherwise, you know? So, one of Roger's strongest critiques centered on the initial response inside the home. He claimed he found an investigator sitting at the dining room table, but said no one stopped him from walking freely through the residence. Seth is quoted here to say, "I walked in and nobody even asked me who I was," adding that the home did not appear to be secured like a crime scene. Rogers said that after the official ground search ended, he felt compelled to conduct his own investigation. He estimated putting more than 100,000 miles on his truck while following tips across multiple states. Rogers felt like the responsibility was on him as, quote, he didn't believe, excuse me, he didn't believe anyone else was doing it, end quote. Throughout the interview, Rogers repeatedly accused Sumner County Sheriff's Office of mishandling the investigation. He said investigators stopped communicating with him within weeks of Sebastian's disappearance and criticized what he described as lack of transparency. Seth has quoted here saying, "I have no faith now," end quote, explaining that his confidence began fading when investigators stopped sharing information and a detective allegedly preferred communicating only by text message. And that's you, Brandon Carter. He also slammed the sheriff's office for holding what he said was only one press conference and claimed Sebastian's photograph was not displayed prominently enough during the appearance. And we all saw that with our own two eyes. Seth is quoted here saying, "They won't even do a press conference," end quote. He also is quoted saying, "When they did do a press conference, they didn't even have a picture of my son up." Rogers said the lack of communication led him to conclude investigators had failed, both him and Sebastian. He's quoted here saying, "I don't think they put any effort into finding my son anymore." He again called for the FBI to take over the investigation entirely, arguing that local officials should set aside what he described as their egos. He's quoted here saying, "There shouldn't be egos involved. There should be just urgency," end quote. And I agree with that 100,000%. That's what any of us would want if it was our child. And we should all want that for Sebastian. Despite more than 2 years without answers, Rogers said he continues to believe his son is alive. He says, quote, "There is no evidence otherwise. He's alive. He's just lost," end quote. Speaking directly to Sebastian in the interview's closing moments, Rogers delivered an emotional message. He says, "I love you, son. I am looking for you, and I won't stop until I find you." The Sumner County Sheriff's Office has consistently maintained that Sebastian's disappearance remains an active investigation and has fought against suggestions that the case has gone dormant. They claim detectives continue working alongside state and federal partners to pursue every credible lead. Yeah, keyword. If you have any information concerning the whereabouts of Sebastian Rogers, please contact the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. 615-451-3838 or Tennessee Bureau of Investigations at 1-800-TBI-FIND. Okay, and that's the end of this. Um, it is from, again, and thank you guys so much for sharing this with me so I could share it out here. This is from Los Angeles Magazine. Okay, so, but it's just so terrible. So terrible that here we are. And again, every single thing that's been said in this article that's ever been said, Seth has always said the same thing and always has been consistent. So, good night, Janet. Thank you so much for being here as always. I really appreciate you. And Bab says, I cannot wait until Sumner County Sheriff's Office has the answer for their lack of concern in investigations. I I am just hoping and praying that they have to answer for what they have and haven't done. You know? I mean, and Liberty says I can't either. I mean, if it was any if it was any of our children, our loved ones, we would want that same energy. I mean, what is so hard to understand about it? Oh my goodness, guys. It's just unbelievable. Unbelievable. So I'm gonna sign off too. Janet, I'm right behind you, Janet. Um, wow, just a lot to take in. And again, what we can do and what Seth has asked when people were asking, what can we do to help? You know, um, what can we how can we help Seth, right? And that was a question, that Bo put the questions together for the live, and it was like, many people were asking that, and I loved seeing that. And again, you guys know who you are. I won't shout you guys all out individually, but that is so sweet, and exactly what we need is, what can we do for you, Seth, to help you take some of this burden off of you. And Seth's like, just pass out Sebastian's flyers, spread awareness, keep his name out there, keep talking about him in a positive way. Just keep trying to help find him, right? But awareness is key, you know? And so I forget, Janet, I forgot that it's morning time for you. Um thank you, Lori. And that's the thing. I mean, oh gosh. Awareness is the biggest thing that we can do. And again, please share out Sebastian's flyer as much as you can to as many people as you can. Um, and ask them to share it out too. And it's the least that we could do for Sebastian. Um, he needs to be found. That's it. It's not hard. There's no hidden meanings. There's nothing to understand, you know? It just is what it is. Find Sebastian. Find Sebastian Rogers. Put your egos aside. Stop with the back and forth. We all know now more information than we did before. And if people are going to continue to paint their own picture or their own narrative of things, then, so be it. But what we can do to help is to just make sure that we continue to fight for Sebastian Rogers. He's the one that deserves to be found. He's the one that's missing. All of us are still here. All of us are accounted for. He is not. 2.5 years, way too long. Just way too long. And I just also want to say thank you so much to everybody in chat. I appreciate you guys, each and every one of you guys, for being here, because you know, Sebastian's case is going to stay alive as long as we all talk about it. As long as we keep sharing his flyer. So, well, I love you guys all so very, very much. I really appreciate all of you being here, and we'll be back tomorrow. I will review Seth's live, and then we'll plan on doing Summer's part 2 also. Um, I have not forgotten, and we won't not not do that. And Liberty, I hope that you are getting well soon, and I hope you're feeling better soon too. Again, each and every one of you guys is so important to the cause, right? Like all of these missing people, all of these cases that we talk about, even like little Javea Harris, she's been found, but she still needs justice. It doesn't end. I'm glad that they found her. I'm sorry they found her the way they found her, but I'm glad they found her. She needs to be brought to justice. She deserves that. And I really think that the way that community came together for a missing child, that's what we need to be seeing. And each and every one of you guys out there that are trolling, that are acting like assholes and fools, maybe you should take some notes on what it looks like to come together for a missing child, because the missing child deserves it. Thank you, Crybaby Walker. Missing child deserves it. It's not about anybody's opinions, egos, thoughts, or whatever, feelings. It's about what that child is going through. Aw, Janet says the world loves you, Sebastian. You will be found. We pray when we have faith. That's right, Janet. And I so appreciate you saying that. That's what we all need to be doing right now, is focused on that. And thank you. And thank you, Lori. All right. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day. And I will see you guys all next time. Please keep praying for Sebastian and spreading awareness.